Thanks, Alistair, and good morning, councillors. Good morning, members of the gallery, and good morning to our community tuning in on live stream. I'd like to, first of all, acknowledge the Darumbal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and their elders past, present and emerging. As is our tradition, we are also going to have our opening prayer, so I'd ask Reverend Eddie Shravemaid to deliver the prayer for us this morning, please. Thanks, Eddie. When you're ready, Eddie, just press that button and it'll go red.
Okay, let's talk to God in prayer. Father God, we thank you that we can gather together here this morning. We thank you for the men and women here today who have taken up the challenge to govern this Shire. Give them guidance, wisdom and support as they rely on past accomplishments of the Shire and look ahead to working together to promote an even brighter future. Lord, grant them courage, boldness and discernment as they engage in meaningful discussions in an effort to grow the region. Help them face the challenges brought about by the virus and the bushfires. Guide their minds and hearts for the good of our community and help for all the needs of the people. Fill them with the grace of the Spirit and continue to remind them that all that they do and accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you and for the service of humanity. Help them to grow in peace and understanding with one another, to be forbearing of ideas that may differ. Lord, we thank you for the blessings that you have bestowed upon the Livingstone Shire and its employees. Help them to realise how thankful it is to be working at such a great institution, and that God's presence will accompany them each day of their career when they seek it. Bless this meeting today and those present, as well as the lives of those they will encounter afterwards. Ready them, Lord, to make every moment count. And Lord, we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Councillors, we have a full attendance. There are no leaves of absences that I'm aware of or apologies. So we'll go on to item 4, confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. And the recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of June 2020 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Councillors, are there any amendments? Okay, so moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you very much. And the second recommendation, councillors, is that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 29th of June 2020 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Lynch, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you very much. Okay, so all in favour, councillors, both resolutions. Thank you very much. Item 5, councillors, are there any declarations of interest in relation to matters on the agenda?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I declare that I have a perceived conflict of interest in being the president of the Yeppoon Lions Club and will receive a deputation from them today. As there's no request or no requirement in terms of a decision being made on behalf of council other than to receive the deputation, I won't be leaving the room.
So noted. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, well, that brings us to item 6, councillors, and our deputation from the Yeppoon Lions Club. And we have some of the Yeppoon Lion Club executive here with us today, and just like you to join with me in welcoming them and asking them to take the podium up the front. Thank you very much.
My name is John Lindsay. I'm a member of the Yeppoon Lions Club. Mayor Island and councillors, on behalf of Lions President Nigel Hutton and Yeppoon Lions Club, I wish to extend our appreciation and thanks for the opportunity to present this overview of our club's recovery actions to date following the 2019 bushfire. From the very start of this disaster, members of Yeppoon Lions Club and Yeppoon Lioness Clubs took on active part in assisting first responders, including firefighters, police, SES and paramedics, operating out of the Fire Control Centre established at the sports ground on Barmarie Road. Our members sourced and erected tents and marquees and provided our catering van to professional caterers engaged by government. Our Lions and Lionesses manned this site for the duration of the emergency from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily and carried out the following tasks: full catering support to the appointed caterers, supplied fuel and maintained the generators required to power the site for the term of the disaster, maintained eskies and cold drinks for all emergency personnel, maintained the site in a tidy fashion. At the conclusion of the actual emergency, Lions collapsed the Fire Control Centre and returned borrowed equipment to those who volunteered them. In recognition of the devastation inflicted on our community by the bushfire, Yeppoon Lions Club, in conjunction with Yeppoon Lioness Club, then took the following steps. A bushfire recovery disaster team consisting of 10 members was established to manage our recovery efforts going forward. Through our district governor, a request was sent to all clubs in our district seeking donations. Funding was provided to obtain 60 Keppel cash cards to the value of $150 each for residents affected by the fire. The Yeppoon Lions contributed $6,000 towards this cost, and cards able to be utilised in over 45 business houses on the Capricorn coast. Bendigo Bank contributed balance of the $3,000 towards the value of these cards. The club distributed a number of other gift cards, each to the value of $250, that were donated to us by the public for distribution to fire victims. The club distributed thousands of dollars worth of bathroom and kitchen hardware items generously donated to Lions by Reef Plumbing Yeppoon. A bushfire disaster recovery grant of $50,000 was sought and obtained from Australian Lions Foundation. These funds were in our club's bank account within 3 days of application. To best manage and distribute these funds and other donations received from the public and from other Lions clubs and organisations, and in an effort to recognise the trauma faced by all survivors of the bushfire, Yeppoon Lions appointed a small team of 3 members for all face-to-face dealings with residents. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank Lions Estelle Lindsay and John Lamb, who provided me with close support in dealing with those who our club assisted. Could I ask Estelle and John just to stand to be recognised, please? Thank you. We found that during these visits to properties, some on several occasions, the residents were most appreciative of time afforded to them by Lions, as they all just wanted to talk. It seemed to us that this was very good therapy for them to sit and chat and share their experiences. Our ALF grant of $50,000 and other donations have been distributed as follows. We provided 13 by 20 foot shipping containers to residents who lost or had their homes severely damaged by the fire. These containers are a permanent donation to recipients, many of whom are still not back in their homes. Professional cleaning of house roofs for those located in the fire zone. Professional cleaning of water tanks for those located in the fire zones. Provided 3 water tanks to those most in need, and one of those are being delivered today. Provided over 150,000 litres of potable water as tanks were cleaned or replaced. As some of the most severely affected bushfire victims now set about planning their rebuilding of property and their lives, Yeppoon Lions Club has allocated a further $20,000 towards our Phoenix project, in which we have offered $2,000 in the form of a gift certificate to those who lost their homes for the purchase of essential items such as furniture, electrical goods and other essential household items. We identified 6 local business houses who agreed to take part in this project in an effort to not only support bushfire victims but also to provide support to local business houses, as all such donations are being utilised in Yeppoon. To date, our club has distributed $94,000 over 53 tasks to local residents. We still have some work in progress and have funds in reserve to cover these jobs. I'm also delighted to advise that through the actions of President Nigel, our club was able to take the initiative that ensured a Vietnam veteran did not lose his pension following an insurance payout to his deceased mother's estate, and he is now able to rebuild and return to the family property which was completely destroyed in the bushfire, and he keeps his pension. Mayor Island and councillors, at times of natural disasters, the local Lions Club has immediate access to funds in the form of disaster recovery grants from Australian Lions Foundation and Lions Clubs International Foundation, with these funds deposited to a club's account usually within 2 or 3 days of application. I'd like to stress that these funds, along with funds raised by donations from the public and other Lions clubs, whether it be for floods, cyclones, drought or bushfire, that 100% of those funds raised are distributed to victims of those disasters. There are no deductions for any reason whatsoever. The funds are managed and distributed by local Lions clubs who are on the ground dealing face to face with disaster victims. All funds received by the club are subject to audit by District Cabinet and the National Grant Foundation. To date, Australian Lions Foundation has distributed over $2 million in recovery grants to Lions clubs in the bushfire areas of the southern states. In closing, I'd like to comment that some people live an entire lifetime wondering if they have made a difference in the community and the world. Lions don't have that problem. Thank you again for inviting Yeppoon Lions Club to present this report. I'm happy to take any questions from Council. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And can I just, on behalf of the councillors, and I know I speak for all of them, express our appreciation to Yeppoon Lions for the contribution they've made to this community, not only during the fire, but also during the decades that they've been offering service to Yeppoon community. That contribution is immeasurable and significant, and from our perspective, greatly appreciated. And to both Johns, Estelle and Don, please accept our sincere appreciation and gratitude. And to Nigel. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Councillors, are there any questions for John, please?
No questions?
You're off the hook, John.
I'm off the hook.
Oh, I just had one there, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Okay.
I guess I was just curious, what's the vision for Lions, or what do you see the challenges or the opportunities coming in the next short period of time?
Short period of time. Okay. I just wish we had more funds to do some more work, because there's plenty of work to do out there. We're still working with people. We're still in contact with people that we've been dealing with. As I said, there's a water tank being delivered today. There'll be the final container being delivered this week. Sorry. So we're still working. We've still got tanks to clean, tanks to fill once they're in permanent place where people are rebuilding. So we will continue. If a need arises, I know that Australian Lions Foundation still has funds available for clubs. I mean, a lot of it has been directed to the southern states, where they've been, because of fires down there. But I do know, I have spoken to the CEO of Australian Lions Foundation. He's a past international director of Lions, and there are still funds available if a worthy cause comes forward for us to get involved in. Lions are committed to supporting our community, because we need our community to survive. And it's very important that we do this. We've done a lot of work out west in the drought. We did a lot of work in the cyclone, and we will continue to support our town and just be conscious of what needs are out there, because and recently, as 4 or 5 days ago, we delivered a container to people who were in a very emotional state, and that's probably the biggest thing facing people today. They're still very emotional about this fire, and they just like to sit and talk. Okay.
No, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions?
Oh, just one question for you, Mr. Mayor. John, has the COVID-19 pandemic had any effect on your operations?
Yes, it has initially, but when you're dealing with these people, it's pretty hard not to hug them. It really is, because they're, you know, even the male members of the family break down and cry. We tried originally to be aware of it, but it is hard. And where we can, we follow the restrictions, but it does happen at times that you just got to reach out for them and to help them. But as far as us being able to get out and see people, no, it hasn't stopped. That's why we reduced the team down to 3 members, so that you know, we are dealing with these people on a regular basis. They get to trust us. They know we're not going to shortchange them, and you know, we keep in contact with them. Okay.
Through the chair to John, thank you for the wonderful work you do with Lions, and I can see how passionate you are about your organisation. I'm just wondering how you're going with membership and if you require more members to join Lions.
Yeah, look, thank you for that question. That's a good question. Lions clubs, particularly in Western countries, membership is falling badly. In areas of China, Japan, Southeast Asia, membership is blooming. But in Western countries, it is failing, and we're always looking for new members to come along and help us. Our members are getting a bit older, a bit more grey on the head, and you know, the work we did during the cyclone, we couldn't do now if the cyclone hit because it was too physically demanding on us. So we are looking for members. We're always looking for members to come along. You know, Lions clubs are changing. You don't have to go to every meeting. You just do what you can. Everyone brings something different to the table, and that's what we need to have people come along and help us where they can. I have found I was disaster coordinator for the Queensland floods some years back, and I know the amount of money. I mean, I got a grant of $400,000 from ALF for that and other funds. And while we did a tremendous amount of work in Queensland with those floods, I don't think one club got an extra member out of it, which is a bit disappointing. You know, you work your backside off to help people, and we'll continue to do that. But it would be nice to think that we could get some membership out of it, but we don't. People have got other priorities, and particularly with Corona around at the moment, you know, that's affecting clubs. And I know there are a number of clubs in Australia that are closing because of Corona, particularly in the south. They're closing down, which is sad because they'll never reopen. Membership is always an issue, but you know, we've got a good membership here, but we'd like to increase it if we can. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to John. John, with the membership, do you have any plans moving forward for a membership drive?
Yes, we do. We have our installation night next week, I think it is, Nigel, and we have a new membership team on board, and hopefully we can look to try and do a membership drive and get some interest out there. Of course, a lot of the Lionesses are coming over to the Lions Club this year, so that will give us more Lions, but there's still the same number of people, because the Lionesses do a wonderful job in town too. So yes, hopefully we can increase our membership, and it's always a constant thing to try and increase membership. You know, membership drives are good, but we should be looking for members all the time, not just when we have a membership drive. Yeah, we will be doing that. Any other questions? I thought I was going to get off the hook here. Okay.
Thank you very much, John.
Right,
and
thank
thank
you very
you
much.
to the other John, Estelle and Don for coming along this morning as well.
Thank you.
And Councillor Hutton, may I say that you look like you've got a good team there.
A brilliant team.
Okay, councillors, moving on with the agenda. We're on agenda item number 7 now, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. So 7.1, business outstanding table for the council meetings. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Councillors, the resolution from the Lions Club visit is that we received the deputation. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Hutton, would you like to move that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Eastwood seconding. All in favour? Thank you very much. Sorry, councillors, now we'll go on to 7.1, business outstanding.
I have a couple of items there, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Page 12, item number 5, the Catholic Church in Marlborough. It looks like that we're about to put this up for tender now. Would that be correct? Is anybody here who can actually give us an update on that one?
I can, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
As the column there identifies, discussions will be had on whether the property is now for lease by tender. That will come through council before we go to that step.
Okay. On page 17, number 16, the Inlet Association, we'll be dealing with that later in the meeting, members. Mr Mayor, on page 19, number 18, the Pacific Heights Road, there is no report in this agenda. Have we got something coming fairly soon? The school's gone back now.
There is a report on the agenda, councillor.
Well, maybe I missed it for some reason. Yes. Okay.
No, there's definitely a report for consideration by
Okay.
council in the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be fine, Mr Mayor. I'm good now. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Mather. Any other matters for discussion around these matters, councillors? I have a couple as well. Mr Acting CEO, item 8 on the list, which relates to the proposed trustee lease to NBN. Is there any update on that one, please? Right, thank you. Item 10, this is in relation to the Bangalore Beach access consultation raised by Councillor Bello. I'm just sort of looking for an update on what's happening with that going forward, please.
Sorry.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. In response to your query, Mr Mayor, the update for the Bangalore Beach access is Council's Officer Michael Ryan has attempted to contact Iwasaki Sanyo Co. As required by outstanding action. He was unsuccessful in that contact and continues to try to make contact with Iwasaki Co. And is also continuing the investigation into the permit system for access to the beach.
Thank you, Mr Casey. Councillors, any other questions on that?
Through you, Mr Chair. I believe that, well, I hope that as part of our outstanding action, there would be ultimately the conversation with the the community who were directly surveyed to see what their attitudes were towards seeking an alternate or additional northern access. My understanding is that the neighbouring landholder is not supportive of allowing an access to go through there. Would that be correct? Is that being made clear, Scott?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Michael's in his attempts to contact Iwasaki Co. He will follow up to just confirm whether or not they are amenable to an alternate route. Once we have that advice from them, I expect we will go back to the community with that additional information. He should also have some further advice on whether or not the permit system is viable by then as well. So it's still under investigation at the moment.
Yeah, just if I could follow up from that, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that for the members of the public especially that the very mention of the word permit system at this stage is certainly not something that has been formalised by this council, or there hasn't been any formal debate on that to determine support for that or otherwise. So it's just part of the overall consideration of what I believe in time will become possibly the Farmer Beach Management Plan, which has been discussed informally, but is still yet to be formalised in any way, shape or form. But so, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Thank you.
Councillors, are there any other matters in relation to what's currently laying on the table for discussion?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Item 35, land care, financial assistance. I do see here it says briefing report presented, which it was. A report to be presented at a future meeting for resolution. So we should see that coming up shortly, as in within the next month, would you think?
That would be reasonable, Councillor Friend, to think that, yes.
Councillor Mather, you were going as well?
I was just going to say that there are a number of items there that they're in limbo, but they're just going to come back to a later meeting for resolution. We just need to keep track of them, that's all.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, so the recommendation here is that the business outstanding table for council meetings be received. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Lynch, thank you. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. So item 7.2. Okay, in relation to lifting matters laying on the table, this is to do with the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee, otherwise and affectionately known to us as Arabic. And the resolution here, councillors, is that council resolves that the report titled Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee meeting of the 18th of May 2020, which is currently laying on the table within the business outstanding table awaiting return to a council meeting, be lifted from the table to be dealt with later at this meeting. So that report is in this agenda, councillors, in relation to Arabic, so hence it's being, the recommendation here is that it be lifted from the table. So any comments or questions before we go to the vote on that one? Okay.
Happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you very much. All in favour, councillors? Thank you. So item 8, there are no petitions. 9, no Mayoral Minutes. 10, Councillor Delegate reports as nil. So item 11, we were just referring to, is the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee report from the 18th of May 2020. And we'll hand over to the Chief Financial Officer, Andrea Ellis, for this one. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. So report 11.1 is the committee meeting minutes from the meeting held on the 18th of May 2020. These were the minutes that were laid on the table at the previous council meeting. There was one item that required further discussion with the councils, and that took place at the previous briefing session. Of key note for these particular minutes is the presentation of the Shell General Purpose Financial Statements. So these are the statements that we received feedback from members of the Audit Committee in terms of the presentation and layout and disclosures that we're intending to make as part of the Shell financial statements. Happy to take any questions from the councillors on these minutes.
Yeah, question to the Chief Financial Officer, Andrea. I was trying to remember why it was actually laid on the table initially, and I believe it was a question relating to the internal audit as to whether that was to be available to the public, or can someone correct me if that's, or what was the reason it was laid on the table, please?
I believe, if I recall correctly, you sought clarification whether the report could be made available as part of the general meeting minutes, because there was a disclosure in the report that expressly prohibited the sharing of that information. I'd also like to note, even at this juncture, the Audit Committee haven't made any formal recommendations or responses in terms of the recommendations that have been made from the report, which looked at the effectiveness of the Audit Committee and the internal audit function, and that's the intention to have that discussion and formalise those recommendations at the Audit Committee meeting in August.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the CFO. Can you just confirm for me, and it's a mind blank, so I do apologise, that when it refers to the members' briefing, that's a closed or in-camera session for the members, is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hutton.
All right, councillors, the recommendation is that the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee held on the 18th of May 2020 be received, and the following recommendation contained within those minutes be adopted. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Friend. A seconder, thank you. Councillor Bellow. All in favour, councillors? Thank you. Looking at item 12.1 on the agenda, councillors, and this is the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of June 2020. And again, we'll pass over to the Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, Andrea.
So I know monthly financial reports are pretty exciting, Mayor, but we do have the second set of minutes from the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee held on the 15th of June. This particular meeting was one of the general meetings, one of the standard meetings, I should say, in terms of their work program. So all items that were identified in the work program were covered on here. The item of particular note, or two items, is I believe councillors will be having presented to them today for formal adoption, is the internal audit plan. So that has been through the Audit Committee. There was also an update to seek feedback from the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee on a project we're undertaking in terms of improving our risk management approach across the organisation. So really embedding what risk management means into our day-to-day operations. So we've gotten some good feedback from the Audit Committee that will loop into that particular project once we commence that in the next coming months.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillors, any questions on that one? All right, so we have the recommendation that the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee held on the 15th of June 2020 be received, and the following recommendations contained within those minutes be adopted. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Lynch, seconded Councillor Bellow. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. We'll try 12.1.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of June 2020. It is important to recognise that the results presented in these reports for the month of June are a provisional indication of Council's financial performance for the 1920 financial year. Councillors should note that there are multiple and various year-end accounting entries which are required to be completed, which will affect these results. So these are not the final results for the period ending 30th of June. These entries are expected to be finalised throughout July and August. So what that means is that any financial transactions that are occurring from 1 July onwards that relate to the previous financial year, that we're making sure that they're recognised in the year that they relate to. So we're going to talk about accruals and prepayments. That's picking up those transactions and reflecting in the period that it relates to. So overall, the results are favourable for Council on the provisional amount for June. Operational revenues in close proximity to the Q3 budget review. There are a number of operational budget line items that have small variances. The most significant variance is the 3 lots of the Capricorn Homemaker Centre and 2 lots at the Gateway Business and Industry Park were all settled in late June. These 5 settlements combined in approximately $7 million being received in cash by Council just prior to the end of June in 1920. Operational expenditure is currently reported as being less than the Q3 revised budget by about 4%. This is a provisional result which does exclude materials and services expenditure, which is still required to be accrued back into the 1920 financial year. These accruals will be processed during July as part of the process of finalising Council's 1920 general purpose financial statements. Majority of employee wages and salaries have been accrued up to and including the fortnight ending Saturday the 28th of June and have been included in the operational results outlined in this report. Depreciation, expenditure and finance costs are currently in close proximity to Q3 budget review, but once again are still subject to finalisation of the end of year financial statements. Total capital works expenditure will finish the 1920 financial year at slightly less than the budgeted spend in 20 Q3. The changes made in the Q3 revised budget did reflect the capacity of the organisation to deliver or defer projects that were previously approved by the term of Council. The underspend in total capital expenditure is a major factor in Council's cash balance at 30th of June being above the Q3 revised position. Total borrowings have decreased over the year by the expected amount, so they've landed in on track. I'd also like to draw councillors' attention to some of the supplementary information that we do provide in the report. So just wanting to talk about the monthly rates recoveries and debt management, and I believe that it is on page 55 of the agenda. So the monthly rates recovery that was outstanding at the end of June is slightly above the similar period for 18-19, but this is reflective of a delay in the third quarter issuing of the third quarter water notices and the subsequent delay in the flow on effect that would have had on our debt recovery processes. But as you can see there with the graph, that it is only marginally above the similar period last year. Also of note is under the debt management table. So the total dollars under management are less than similar periods in both 2018 and 19. So we have less people at the end of June that had entered into payment arrangement or active payment arrangements with councils than previous times. But there are no concerns there about individuals are now across a generalised statement about there doesn't seem to be any adverse implications of people being unable to pay their rates and charges as and when they fall due. And lastly, the percent of spend within the region. So Council also provides in the monthly financial report a percent of our spend that we break it down into what is spent within businesses within Livingstone, Central Queensland, Queensland and outside of Queensland. There's 26% of our spend in 1920 that has been invested within businesses that are established within Livingstone Shire Council, and a further 31% invested with businesses that have been established in the broader Central Queensland area. So overall, there's 57% of our spend on both our operation, and this excludes salaries and wages as well, that has been spent within the CQ area. So I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on the monthly financial report.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrea. As you rightly identified, the debt management statistics, I use that as a yardstick to see how our people are managing out there with their debts, with their rate payments. And it was pleasing to identify that it's stabilising, it's not increasing. People seem to be managing, and I think with the various options that council has provided for people in difficulty, it's paying off. And I think it's paying off well. Nothing is easy out there, but the fact that we've got those recovery options available to them, they're taking them up, and it's paying off for everybody involved. The rural road maintenance, I expect that to go over, and because we haven't reached the end of the financial year, I expect that it will be higher again. But I've been on the roads this last week, and there needs to be a lot bigger injection put onto road maintenance in the future, the rural road maintenance. And having sealed some of those roads will certainly assist that. But in the long term, there's not one road that doesn't need gravel, and that means money. So we need to be very conscious that it's not going to get cheaper, it's going to get dearer, because we've got to cut gravel probably further, and there are more roads that need attention. There was one here, Andrea, one of my pets. The asset sustainability ratio. Now, you might be able to explain this. The 20 Q3 revised budget was 48%. Was that up until March? Was that correct?
So the Q3 budget is for the full year, Councillor Mather. So
yes. For the full year up until June.
Correct, for the full financial year.
Well, year-to-date actuals is only 29%.
Correct, Councillor. So this is the monthly financial report for the financial year ending 30th of June 2020. So year-to-date in this instance does reflect the full financial year.
So the assets sustainability ratio is 29%. Is that how I read it?
Based on the provisional amounts that have been recorded through our financials, it is indicating that it is lower than the Q3 revised budget.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this worries me because it says that the greater than 90% on an average is the long term. That's desirable. And we've got asset sustainability on 29%, 1/3 of what's recommended, which means we're not injecting enough funding into our assets. Now, I'm very conscious that we've got new infrastructure out there, but in saying that, I have also identified, as we all have, that these new assets are also demanding maintenance now, and they're new, virtually new assets. So what I would like to see is that when we get to our next briefing session, that we have the last asset review provided to us to see what was actually identified at that time and what has been done to correct that. Because what this tells me, and I'm no magician, but what this tells me that we're not either monitoring our assets correctly or we're ignoring the maintenance that needs to take place to keep them in good shape. Because if we do ignore them, then we are going to be up for one hell of a bill. And I think we're up for a couple of $1 million. For my mental arithmetic says that that's what we're going to have to spend to bring the new assets up to date. A couple of $1 million, which we don't have for that new infrastructure. So it is concerning to me. While we're taking on new projects, we need to be able to manage the old ones. And it appears that it's not happening according to the document here in front of us. So I would like to see that we get, Mr. CEO, if you can get us an asset review, the last asset review, and I don't mean what it's worth, I want to see what has been identified as needing attention as far as maintenance
Well,
goes.
Councillor Mather, can I just jump in there for a second? I think we probably need to have give the office a bit more direction around what it is that we're seeking here, because just to ask for an asset review is pretty holistic. Look, I do share your concern in terms of the asset sustainability ratio. There has been some discussion, and this is a ratio imposed by the Audit Office, being one party, and also the department. And the benchmark they have set is 90%. So 90% of what it's out of depreciation, Andrew, isn't it? Should be returned back into asset maintenance. But there is some discussion at the moment that that benchmark be reduced down, but irrespective of whether that happens or not, we certainly need to look at what we're spending in the way of maintenance on our assets. And clearly, I agree, it's not enough. And the conundrum going forward is going to be how we afford that, and budgeting for that maintenance.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. And I do appreciate that there may be a review. If 90% was the benchmark then, even if it was brought down to 80 or 70, it's still only 29%. It's far cry from where it should be. So
Well, the figure I heard was 60%, but that could be wrong. But
Well,
it's still way. Look, 29% is still way
half
too
of
low.
60%, and that's my concern. So, as far as clear direction goes, Mr. CEO, we would surely have, because I've been asking for it, the asset review that we have done. I think it was one last year, but what I got was more like an evaluation assessment, rather than a review of what has been identified as needing attention.
I think we can perhaps as a collective give the officers a better indication of what you're after, Councillor. And I'll go to Councillor Hutton. He's got his hand up at the moment. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Just a few points that I think may be worthwhile is to recognise that in a year where you've got a capital program that you're not expending, where you are going to have carryovers, undoubtedly your capital program has both renewal as well as new assets in it. So if you're not actually completing all the works, you're never going to achieve what your target was in terms of that asset sustainability ratio. So it's a reflection, and we see it in the same set of papers saying that the capital program this year is going to have carryovers. So you would expect that your sustainability ratio, because you're spending less money, you're not going to achieve the ratio at the height that you've set it for an aspiration. I know that over the past 6.5 years, we've had consistent conversations around the asset sustainability ratio, whether it's truly should be a reflection of depreciation versus costs versus assets, or should we be looking at our asset management plans? And councillors are aware that we've got 5 different categories or standards of assets that we look at, that across each and every year there's reviews that take place across those asset classes as to terms of their valuations, but then the money that needs to be invested back into them to maintain those assets, where there needs to be replacement, where there needs to be renewal, and where there needs to be upgraded assets. That then feeds into our capital program. So over the 10-year forecast, what are we doing in what year, knowing that that shifts and changes with each budget and the decisions that are made at the council table. So I know that while it's easy to look at this figure and go, gosh, that's a terrible number, or to say, well, we're only achieving a third of what the aspiration is. But number one, that aspiration is, as the Mayor rightly said, is something that I would believe is a reflection of actually mature and retiring councils who have got a sustained population that they're just managing. They're not actually developing or growing. That would be my first point. The second point is that we can see in our own documents here that we haven't actually fulfilled the capital program that we aspired to, which means that there's a direct correlation between those two. And it's great to have a sustainability ratio, but if you're not using your asset management plans that inform the decisions, which is going to be the better, like to some mandatory ratio set by the state, or are you actually replacing your assets when they need to be replaced based on the conditions assessments that are done by staff? And I would think myself that it's much more important to make sure that we're replacing our assets in line with our capital program, which is informed by those asset reviews and those evaluations of the different 5 different categories, rather than some mandatory ratio that, as we know, I think it's the Sunshine Coast Council, they've actually just adopted their own. They said, well, we're not even going to try and achieve 90%, because 90%, as I said, reflects a mature council that's not growing. They know that they're putting in lots of new assets, so for them, they've said, well, our asset ratio is, I think, and theirs is the same as what the Mayor suggested, that's 60%, because they said, we know we've got some aged assets because of the age of their shire and some of the older pockets, but they also know that they're going to have to invest in new assets as opposed to old, because they continue to grow in terms of their population, continue to have that urban growth, which is requiring the capital investment, which is reflected in their capital works program, and I'm sure each of us would see is reflected in ours.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton, and don't disagree with a lot of your comments. The problem is, though, that while the benchmark's still set at 90%, we will get the spotlight from the Queensland Audit Office around that. Unfortunately, we'll have to make comments and recommendations about it. Councillor Mather, you still...
Just to tidy up from what Councillor Hutton says, This council inherited this. We have to now work towards getting that ratio up, whatever satisfies us, until we know what we've got on our books now as to what needs to be done as opposed to what has been done, and what needs to be spent as opposed to what has been spent. We're not going anywhere. We need to get a bottom line as to what we've got and what we need to spend. Whatever that ratio is, 90%, 50%, whatever, we're down to 29. It's not good enough. And all I can say is we've inherited this over a period of time. Yes, we've had some large capital works which have carried over, but that doesn't mean to say we've got to continue that. And we've actually stopped there. We've actually planned as to what we're going to spend, what we can afford, what we can borrow. We've planned that. This council is a new council, and we're starting to recognise what we can afford and what we have to do to make this shire viable and sustainable. So, Mr. Chairman, just to reflect what I said before, I hope at our next briefing review, we be provided with the assets review, the last one that we've received, that tells us what state our infrastructure's in, please.
Well, yeah, I think maybe in the break we can have a discussion with the acting CEO around that, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
Councillors, any other questions or discussion around the report?
Yeah, just one through Mr. Chair to the CFO. On page 50, under major projects, the Coulee Bay pool, I'm conscious that it's showing there 0% of project complete. Is there comments that can be provided in order to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding that for the benefit of the public?
I'll do my best. So for the purposes of this financial report, when this was originally crafted back in July, the Coulee Bay pool was a project considered under the Works for Queensland Round 3 funding for around $1 million, I believe. So as you can see, that there are some costs that are attached to that particular pool, and the results of that indicated that a substantial amount of work would be required above and beyond what that budget provision had allowed for. So that's why there is not a budget showing for that particular project, and those Works for Queensland funds have been reallocated, approved and reallocated to other projects in consultation with the councillors.
Thank you on that.
Okay, just one minor point on the properties yet to pay rates. In your report, Andrea, it refers to the number as 3. In the matters laying on the table, there was an item there that referred to that number as 2. So it needs to be corrected.
That's just a timing difference, Mayor. So the business outstanding was updated just after this report was completed in the system. So the correct number is 2 properties do remain outstanding.
So, councillors, the recommendation is that the Livingstone Shire Council monthly finance report for the period ended 30th of June 2020 be received. Moved, Councillor Hutton. Seconded, please. Councillor Mather. Thank you very much. All in favour? I'm sorry, okay. Councillor Hutton wants to speak to the report, so please do.
Just very briefly, councillors, I thought that having had a look at the monthly financials of a few councils in the last period, that we really should recognise at this point the work that the executive leadership team and the CFO and the entire organisation have done to maintain the financial sustainability of our council throughout this COVID epidemic and the response. Looking at councils where there have been substantial movements in their books, which have meant that they're, turning over things in ways that are unexpected and very unplanned, creates challenges for their communities, but because of the hand that's been at the wheel in terms of our organisation and the work that's been done behind the scenes across this period, both in the operational space as well as some of the outcomes we see in the capital space, Livingstone is faring well, and I think we should, recognise that, and in moving these monthly financials, see that, the stability that we can see in our monthly financials as opposed to others is a reflection of the work that's occurring behind the scenes and should be commended.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. So we'll go to the vote on this one now. Thank you, Councillor. So all in favour? Thank you. Moving on to 12.2, the 2021 Australia Day Awards. So the recommendation here, councillors, is that council approves the 2021 Australia Day Award Advisory Committee members, recommends a chair for the committee and endorses the 5 categories for 2021. So we'll go to the mover and seconder first, and then enter some debate. So I get a mover. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. A seconder, please. Councillor Lynch. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Australian Day Awards are a very important, I guess, part of our councillors recognising those in our community that have done outstanding efforts, whether as individuals or as groups. I've had the opportunity over the last 2 years to be part of that group, and I think that the new members are going to do an outstanding job, as I believe the past have. One thing that does concern me is that there's out there in the community there are a number of individuals and groups that I guess it's the Aussie way that don't put themselves forward or don't want to be put forward by others. And I just would like to encourage our community to put up people that you know are doing a fantastic job out there that helps make our place a better place. And so I guess that means we need to get some more press behind it as well, so that we have more nominations. And I'm just really excited for this year. I'm sure with the COVID there's going to be lots of people that have really, and the bushfires have really put out there, and I'm really excited to see who nominates. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Would anyone wanted to speak against the motion? Would anyone else like to speak for the motion then? Councillor Lynch?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was part of the committee on Australia Day last year, and I absolutely loved it. We had a really great team. I want to give credit to Megan, who was wonderful in training us in Smarty Grants, because it's a bit of a tricky program to use, and I can highly recommend don't do judging on your iPad, because it clearly doesn't work. Make sure you use your laptop and computer. I also give credit to Nigel, who was the chair of the Australia Day Awards Committee, and it's just a really great committee to be part of. As you know, we've got a new committee coming up, and those people on that committee are outstanding members of the community and within our council. So it's a really great, a great thing to be part of, and I'm really proud to be part of it again. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Would anyone else like to speak to the recommendation? Councillor Hutton.
As Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Lynch have said, being on the Australia Day Awards Committee is an absolute honour, not because you get to sit in judgment on your fellow citizens, but because you actually get to share in the stories of people from across our community. So often, just as Councillor Eastwood said, are quite quiet and quite hidden and very rarely shared. So having had the experience these last 6 years, I'm very excited to see other councillors have an opportunity to share this, and it's the renewal that we see in terms of the membership is a real positive as well, because remembering that the only way that we can make the Australia Day Award something that's not seen as a council program or a council reward, but a community reward, is to actually have that community buy-in. And so by having representatives of the community across a broad range of sections, it means that our community are then the ambassadors for it. They are the people who talk about the awards. They're the people who recognise the awards, because it's not the Livingstone Shire Australia Day Awards, even though it is. It's actually the Livingstone Shire Residents Australia Day Awards, and a fantastic opportunity for us to share in the amazing things that our community members do, both in the 12 months of the previous year, but also across a lifetime of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And just for clarity for our community members on live stream, the proposed advisory committee for the Australia Day Awards 2021 is as follows. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adam Bellow, Councillor Tanya Lynch, Councillor Andrea Friend, Susan Puller, the 2020 Citizen of the Year, Jason Field, President Emu Park Rugby League and CEO of CQID Indigenous Representative, Katie Connor from Honeybee Collective Emu Park, Melinda McKenzie, the Caves Progress Association, Glenn Adamus, local and internationally renowned photographer, Andrew Gill, who's principal of the North Keppel Education Centre, Lance Walkon, our Indigenous representative and also pastor of the 360 Church, and Pinefest Ambassador for 2020. So a very broad spectrum of skills and experience, and great to see people from different parts of our Shire represented as well.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask that we remove the Pinefest Ambassador for 2020 as there won't be anyone fulfilling that role due to the COVID circumstances? While there will be a Pinefest Festival, there won't be an ambassador per se. So just for the benefit of the public, that's we should remove that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So noted. All right, so councillors,
Mr.
recommendation.
Mr. Chair, just prior to going to the vote, would you mind if I made a few comments? I guess as being nominated as the next chair, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Hutton in his role, as Councillor Lynch said, certainly taken the Australia Day awards to a new level. And the Australia Day celebrations and ceremony around Australia is met with conflicting views, and it's quite a challenge to, I guess, for each council as to how they approach the Australia Day ceremony and the Australia Day Awards. And I think Livingstone have got a very successful and inclusive and a model that does reflect the very best of Australia Day and what it means to be Australian. So I'm very humbled to be a part of the awards now in an official capacity, and I plan to just further advance a successful Australia Day that reflects our community, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, and that we can be, I guess, beacons of light and hope for what it means to celebrate Australia Day in a meaningful way. And that's my goal and ambition in moving forward with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, so the recommendation is, any further comments before we move on to the vote? No? The recommendation is that Council approves the 2021 Australia Day Award Advisory Committee members, recommends a chair for the committee and endorses the 5 categories for 2021. Those 5 categories being Citizen of the Year, Young Citizen of the Year, Living Legends Award, the Community Group of the Year and the Public Service Award. So councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder. Can I ask for the all in favour, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Happy for us to carry the motion. It asks for us to recommend a chair from that committee list, so we actually have to insert the name there as to who we wish to be the chair. It's not in the report itself.
Okay, thank you. No, that's all. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Councillor Adam Bello as chairperson, as he also is the deputy mayor, and I think he will do a fantastic job.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
We have a nomination. Councillor Bell, prepared to accept the nomination?
Yeah, humbled to accept that nomination. Thank you.
Are there any further nominations for the chair, please? All right. So we have a recommendation that Councillor Bello be appointed chair of the Australia Day Awards Committee 2021. Councillors, can I get a vote on approval, please? Thank you. So appointed, Councillor Bello. Congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to say that I was very intrigued by his announcement that he was humbled, and I'm going to keep him to that later in the day.
Right, so we need to go back to the vote on that one, Amanda, just for process sake. I just want to tidy that up. So all in favour, councillors? Thank you. So going to 12.3, councillors, the council's engagement plan on a page, including resident reach initiative. And the recommendation here, councillors, is that the council considers the proposed resident reach engagement plan on a page. Having read the report, may I get a mover and a seconder, and then we'll go to debate on that one. So move. Okay. Councillor Hutton.
Yes. My first question is, it speaks to the report in regards to $1,000 has been allocated for associated costs. What money has been expended so far on the project, excluding the engagement platform?
As far as I know, Councillor Hutton, there's only been just some minimal promotional material bought. You might have noticed the tablecloth downstairs as you come in. Do you have a value on that? About $70. Okay, probably about $200 maximum at the moment.
Thank you.
Sorry, and the balance of the money would be for any associated costs if there was any venue hire or anything like that, catering or those sorts of purposes.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so on this report, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, a secondary question. So the report in the summary talks about the one Shire, one Livingstone philosophy. Where's that drawn from?
I guess it was derived from earlier conversations with councillors. There's been nothing formally documented regarding it other than this plan on a page, which we were instructed to do. So I guess it's open for any debate or conversation, or we can easily remove that mission statement or that vision statement that's been included. I'm open for. Personally, it was used through, I believe it unites the Shire, which I think is what is needed at the moment. So personally, we like it in our everyday communication, but it's no problem to remove it if that's the feel of the table.
Councillor Hutton, are you happy with that? Okay. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may. I personally like one Shire, one Livingstone. It brings the collegiacy and the collegiate feel of the whole Shire together. We all live in our different small areas of the Shire, but we are one Shire and we're a broad, expansive Shire, and it really does give the important message that we are one to the public, and so I would like to see it remain. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, and if I may, it was clear through the budget deliberation feedback that was received from close to 1,000 residents that wasn't the feel, particularly maybe for northern localities. So again, it's feeding on that, plus what Councillor Friend has alluded to as well.
Councillors, are there any objections to the phraseology, one Shire, one Livingstone? Okay, would you like to speak to that, Councillor Hutton?
Are we looking to debate it as the motion itself, or are we just looking to discuss it prior to debating the motion?
I'd basically like to discuss it prior to the motion.
Okay. So my concern is, and I know it's not identified in the risk assessment, but the adoption of a political campaign slogan as a philosophy that's then printed on corporate council materials provides what I perceive as a risk. It's seen as the politicisation of the organisation, which obviously none of us intended to do, but I believe that there's a risk there, and it's something that needs to be dealt with and openly viewed, recognising that it was a slogan that was used throughout the campaign, just as we see at state and federal elections that they may use materials and slogans, but that's then not replicated in the formal documentation or the formal processes or materials presented by the state or federal government, rather used at a party political level as opposed to an organisational level.
Councillor Mather.
Mr. Chairman, I'm utterly in shock over that comment. If there is a councillor here today who does not consider that we are one Shire and every resident, every ratepayer, every visitor is precious to us, They shouldn't be here. Whether it's a slogan, whether it's somebody's dream, it's a fact. Because if we do not treat everybody the same, whether they're from Ogmore to Keppel, Sands and Joss Glee, we shouldn't be here.
Councillor Mather, in Councillor Hutton's defence, I don't think that's what he's saying. And Councillor Hutton's looking at the process as opposed to the slogan itself or the campaign.
I got it very clearly what it was relating to, and it was talking about a political campaign slogan. That was my slogan too. That's what I've practiced for 20 years. Treat them all the same. They're all precious to us. And if we're not going to sit here and say that we're going to treat everybody, every community as one, get out of the room now. You're not welcome here.
Councillor Hutton.
In respect to the comments made by Councillor Mather, while I appreciate it may be her slogan, her philosophy, the question on behalf of ratepayers I'd ask is, your slogan, your philosophy, would it be applicable to then spend the ratepayers' money to espouse that policy in a formal way, repeating that therefore could potentially be seen as a risk that we're using the offices of which we have to our personal advantage by perpetuating our own philosophy or slogan, which gives us an advantage against anyone else who should then run against us at a future election, should it ever occur. And I think I'm not playing the man or the woman. I'm simply asking the question, would it be better if we talked about our Shire, our Livingstone, so that it's not an individual's campaign slogan, but still represents a sense of unity and a sense of community? Maybe that's the case. But my concern is when we take a political slogan of an individual campaign, or in this case, perhaps multiple campaigns, and then place it into the formal documentation or the formal items that's produced by council, are we not politicising the organisation? And that's a risk to the organisation, as well as there's a chance there that could be perceived as us overreaching.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Mather.
Without trying to extend the debate, look, I'm shocked at what I've heard here today. I really am. This is being political now. This is being political. The reason why people feel neglected, why they feel isolated, is because we've let them feel that way over the years. It's been coastal centric the whole time, with a few crumbs to the people in the bush. Of course they're going to feel neglected. These councillors, most of them around this table, felt and recognised that. They got out into those rural areas. They heard the people. They felt their pain because they felt neglected. They took it on board and said, you're one. We are one. And that's the movement that everybody felt at the time. And that's the movement that we'll continue to feel until such time as they don't feel neglected.
Councillor
We've got to convince them, Mr Chairman. And by making statements like that, it's just going to drive a wedge between the council and the rural people.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, I personally don't have any problem with that. I feel as if it's a continuation of the theme, we are one, we are many, which is an Australian. Is it in our anthem or is it... no, that's not in our anthem. The song, yeah, it's our song. And Australia Day song, yeah. And it's just such a, it is what we like to promote. It's who we are. We want to be all inclusive, and we want to make sure that we not only look after every member of our Shire, but it needs to be every member of our Shire, no matter where they live, and whether it be out the back of Whoop Whoop, or whether it's in the centre of Yeppoon.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. If I can just pull up the debate here for a second, I think we'll go to the recommendation, because the recommendation relates to the engagement plan itself, which is around the localities, and we'll come back to the discussion around the One Shire, One Livingstone philosophy, perhaps in another forum, whether we bring it to a briefing session for further discussion. That would be my suggestion, Mr Acting CEO. So, councillors, you've got the cluster of locality groups that we're proposing to visit. The recommendation is, I'll go for a mover and a seconder, and then we can go to debate around the cluster if you so desire. So I'll move the recommendation. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend. All right. So I'll speak to it first, councillors. Look, I think this is part of I think what this council committed to the community to do as in being elected, and that is to be more engaging. And so this is part of the process of that engagement. It is part of a cog, or part of a cog. It's a cog as part of a process, I guess, where we will be going to the community in different forums. And this is one of those forums. And from experience at the Yeppoon community markets, which was the very first one we did a few weeks ago, the reception from the community was very, very positive. And so from that point of view, I think, and I would commend to the table that these regular visits to different communities throughout the Shire be something that we undertake as a matter of seriousness, because we don't get to know necessarily what the community wants or is thinking unless you actually get out there and ask them. And so this is part of that process. This is part of that engagement, and it is critical we do it. And I think, you know, in terms of whether we represent the community or we don't, then, you know, this is the way of representing the community. This is how we get our information. And it is a very, very much an informal process. And I think the community appreciates the informality of it, because the feedback we got from the community markets at Yeppoon was they liked the fact that they could come up and talk to us one-on-one. They didn't feel intimidated by large community meetings where people are sometimes reluctant to get up and speak. So I would commend this program to the table. Are there any other, anyone wishing to speak against the recommendation, please? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In speaking against the recommendation today, I respectfully accept and fully support the concept behind resident reach and the range of engagement opportunities it's identifying for the community, recognising it does come back to the Livingstone 2050 document, and where it speaks about Livingstone being a welcoming, connected and resilient community that's relaxed, celebrated for its natural, vibrant culture and thriving economy. My concern, as I've expressed informally prior to this debate, is around the branding of that, and even plan on a page itself refers to the One Shire, One Livingstone philosophy. I have a concern in terms of what that means for council, and I believe that there's a risk there that in adopting something that was a public political slogan of a campaign and having it then replicated on council merchandise or council equipment or council digital facing information, that provides something that is beyond what we'd normally see occurring at any level. So, you know, if we think of campaign slogans like moving forward and, you know, keeping economy, security and safety, or all of those slogans were always used at party political level, and that's wonderful and correct. But then when the materials come out from government, that there is a different code that's attached to it. And so our role here is not one where we're debating, is it a good thing to talk to members of the community? Of course it is. Is it a good thing to look at these opportunities and take them on board and provide more feedback, provide greater opportunity for community input? Definitely every day of the week. My disagreement is around the branding, and my concern is that by adopting something that on the very plan on a page speaks about the resident reach branding and marketing plan has been established, it uses those same philosophical or that same slogan as an underlying philosophy, that there's a risk to council, and I'm unfortunately unable to support it today.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would think we would be proud to have our branding identify with our love of our people. All people, no matter which community they live in. I would be proud to have that on a brand of this council, on a piece of community note paper that belongs to the council, correspondence that goes out to the people. we need to stand up and make it known that we're proud to have them all under our roof, under our administration, under our care, under our nurturing. If we're not proud to do that, get out. You're in the wrong place. And I'll call a division on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Rees, would you like to speak again to it?
Not against Mr Mayor, I'll speak for it.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I think we've got to be careful when we start, unless something's actually patented. I think we need to be careful. Look, there's only so many words that explain so many things, and I think this covers our Shire nicely. And we've got to be really, really careful that if we get too scared to use a theme that actually works for us. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Rees. Would anyone else like to make a comment? Councillor Friend?
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank the officers for all their hard work in compiling all of this information and what you're doing out there within the community for us as councillors also. After attending the markets on the Saturday morning, genuinely the public were, I'm going to use that word quite a bit, they enjoyed speaking to us in a relaxed atmosphere. They saw that we were genuine. That's what they want. They want to speak to genuine people. They don't want to see people up here on a pedestal or higher than them. They want to be real, and they really enjoyed that. The locality of cluster groups, brilliant. You know, it's very hard to get all of these small areas together, but you've done a great job. Thank you very much. And One Livingstone, the actual debate in relation to One Livingstone, I think is a wonderful thing to have because we are one. And yes, I don't think that in saying this we are politicising someone's political statement. We are just stating a fact that we are one Livingstone, we are one Shire, and we are one people that live here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else? Councillor Lynch.
Thank you to the officers for the hard work you've done in putting this together. I'm really impressed with the 19 clusters. I think this will be a great format for anyone in the community to read, and it really spells out exactly where every location is. And for those that don't know some of those areas and never heard of, like Millman or something, they're going to know what locality they're in. I am 100% for One Shire, One Livingstone. I think it's a great way to brand our organisation. I'm proud to be part of Livingstone, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. Any further comments, councillors?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chairman. In supporting this, I think the biggest risk we face is if we do not reflect the sentiments of that statement, One Shire, One Livingstone. That to me is the biggest risk we face, and that's the endeavour of this community reach. The engagement plan is different than what we've done before, and I think change is good, change is healthy, and it provides for a much more meaningful, engaging platform to link with all of the members of our Shire. And regardless where the slogan come from, interestingly, the people responded at the ballot box, and they liked the sound of that. I guess now the challenge is us to reflect it and actually do it. So I have no problem in supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So in summing up, I'll just re-emphasise the point I made previously, that this is one strategy amongst a number of strategies in relation to engaging with our community. So video linking today, the council meetings, is one method by which we're doing that. Another method is through the website, through our Facebook page. We've also been to the community with a number of surveys and polls so far to get the community's view on various issues that are arising. And so it's part of an overall strategy. And so on that basis, I would commend the Resident Reach program to the table. And I certainly take on board the comments around One Shire, One Livingstone. I too support that, and because it was also part of my campaign going into the election. And I certainly don't shy away from that. So councillors, I'll put the recommendation to you, and that is that the council considers the proposed resident reach engagement plan on a page. We have a mover and myself, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour?
A division has been called, Mr.
Yep,
Mayor.
sorry, I beg your pardon, you're right. So I'll call for a division on that one. All in favour, please. Thank you, councillors. You got that, Amanda? Or those against? Thank you. All right. So that's carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we're now at 12.4, the Category D Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Immediate Support Package. And the recommendation here is that Council resolve to submit the following program of work for approval for funding pursuant to the Category D Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Immediate Support Package. In that one, we acquire generator installations at Woodbury Water Treatment Plant and Kelly's Dam Water Pump Station, upgrade of spatial imagery for all of the Shire, upgrade to the Marlborough helipad, bushfire resilience budget, construction of 2.5 kilometres of fire trail within the existing road reserve between Cookham Road and Sawmill Road, upgrade 700 metres of fire trail within the existing road reserve from chainage 1300 of Cabbage Tree Creek Road towards Dairy Inn Road. We upgrade to New Zealand Gully Road, 3.1 kilometres, including clearing and resheeting of 50% and clearing 10 metres wide. And finally, 2 wheel drive access being Mapes Road link to Byfield Road. So, councillors, before we go to a move in a second, are there any questions in relation to this report? We have Mr. Mazzaferri here this morning. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mazzaferri, for a very detailed report. I do have a couple of questions. The first one being, and I've tried to have a go at myself, but I'm hoping that you might be able to give me a much clearer idea of the projects that were on the original list that we sought from the rural fire brigades when we brought them together in February. How many of those projects are included now in this revised package?
There's actually none in there because there's actually some work that's been done. Now I say that with a preempt. We are working with the brigades to look at Category C flexible funding. We're looking at the $240,000, thank you, looking at the $240,000 bushfire resilience to ensure that we actually have engagement with the brigades to go forward and work on their projects. So that's the answer that I pose to you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazzaferri. So a follow on from that. So in my look, out of the 45 odd things that were in that original chart that was produced post that, there's one which is the upgrade to New Zealand Gully, which is continued on and is included. Notably, as has previously been expressed, the reason we did come back to this was because the original lists, the costings were very rough, and so even for that project, originally it was marked at $100,000, now it's at $130,000. We originally identified somewhere in the realm of $11 million worth of projects there. You've kind of touched on it already in your previous answer, but how will we, assuming that that $11 million is probably more like $12, $13, $14 million, how are we going to keep sight of some of the things that they requested in there, recognising some of them are very legitimate, and while might not be addressed in this original list or this outcome, how are we going to make sure that that work and those insights that were given are not lost?
Yeah, and thank you. That's a great question, Councillor. And again, I go back to the importance of the bushfire resilience funding and the importance of the extension of our bushfire resilience officer. So the body of work that's been produced both in this report and recommendations to use the $1.27 million now, and also the body of work that's been done for the workshop has to continue. So the mitigation strategies for bushfires can't just be a spontaneous thing that because we've had a bushfire. We have to embed this into our culture. We have to embed this at all hazard approach in regards to disasters and continue to do this. So it cannot be lost, but also has to be worked on, have the resources to actually provide regular catch-ups, and that provides the all-agency and a coordinated approach, both at the local disaster management group level and the understanding of Queensland Fire and Emergency Service through the area office, their regional office, through the rural brigades, and very important, through our now bushfire resilience officer, who I commend some of the body of work that's been done since she's come on board. So we cannot lose focus on that, Council. I totally agree with that. And we cannot lose that we need to go to the table in regards to a budget to ensure that we do this mitigation work each year. And importantly, to ensure that's all levels of government support to make sure we actually endorse and continue with this. And importantly, to understand that we also need to share this information with the community and have the community understand what their risks and their hazards are in regards to when they actually buy property within a bushfire affected area and what they can do to make sure they mitigate as much as possible against their risk.
With indulgence, Mr. Mayor, just two more questions. So my next question is, recognising everything that you've just said, Mr. Mazafari, do we have the resources to make sure that we don't lose sight of that? Is there support available, or is there something else that we need to be seeking to make sure that we've got the boots on the ground, so to speak, so that we can make a reality of the needs and requirements that we do every time we meet with the rules or meet as an LDMG are faced with?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. There's two things. One is we cannot go and get complacent, and we cannot go get complacent against the all risks that we face here in Livingstone, knowing full well that we're only a storm cloud away from the next event in regards to a storm and of course a cyclone. We have to keep the all hazard approach in the back of our mind continuously. The funding for the Bushfire Resilience Officer under the Category C flexible funding we got as a result of 2018 fires has ensured that we've actually been able to do some body work that, to be honest, we wouldn't have been able to achieve before we had that extra resource put in. We've actually now got an extension of that due to the 2019 fires and the Category C flexible funding. And as you see there on 1, 2, 3, 4th row down, I'm actually requesting or recommending this council support the mitigation strategies through that bodily funding to continue that Bushfire Resilience Office for another 12 months, but also to use some of that budget to do the work with the rural fire brigades and others to ensure that we're doing the mitigation we need to do.
And final question, and thanking once again Mr. Mazafari and your entire team for the work that you do in this space. Knowing that the brigades and all those who came together back in February put so much thought and time into their suggestions, what's the process that we're going to use for a feedback loop so that they don't just see today's motion in the paper or somewhere else and go, oh, none of the things that we had put up have got there? What's the mechanism that we're going to use to make sure that they understand exactly what you've just talked about, that we're resourcing it, that we're keeping it in mind, that all hazard approach?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. That's commenced. So as a result of the last briefing session, the table said we should commence that engagement now, so ensure that they'd be aware of our changes or our process, and our Bushfire Resilience Officer has been on the front foot and actually has been to the Keppel group meeting and made mention of this recommendation going to Council, and it's been supported to my best of knowledge. But I do pick up on your point, and I fully acknowledge and comprehend this needs to continue. We need to continue that engagement both as a collective with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services through the area and regional, but also through our Bushfire Resilience Officer and of course the table, to make sure that they are having their voice heard, but also putting their local knowledge and skills to make recommendations.
Councillors, any other questions for Dave?
Just a couple of clarifications, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Through you
Councillor
to
Mather.
Dave. Hello, Dave. I've just got a couple of question marks here. Number 2, the upgrade to the spatial imagery. What does that entail?
So there's a project to upgrade our rural mapping. So currently we've got some really good aerial and flyover photography of the mapping within the boundaries of the urban. This is to increase that capability. That mapping is then utilised to be uploaded onto our Guardian system, and we can also share that with the resource. So it's going to give us an understanding of fuel load. It's going to give us understanding to actually zoom in and have a look at when burns have been conducted or there's been a bushfire, to have a look at what the results are, but also to work on that and to plan. We've just conducted another risk workshop in regards to the council-owned land, and we can use that to further benefit once we get it in place for our rural areas.
Thanks, Dave. And the other one, the upgrade to the Marlborough helipad. I mean,
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that we needed anything in that regard.
So, Councillor, I'll probably take our minds back a good couple of years, and we had a conversation about the requirements to upgrade the Marlborough helipad due to the SES required to open the gate and also the lighting system. This upgrade will give support to the pilot activated lighting. So when the pilots come in close, they can switch on through a frequency and actually activate that lighting. So this one will give us not only a benefit for firefighting, but also a benefit for all hazards, and of course, due to medivacs and other things to support that northern community.
So you're saying that there's no need for anybody to go out there manually and turn the lights on. Is that what you're saying?
That with this upgrade, that's correct.
Yes. And how do we know that that's workable if nobody's going out there to test it?
The pilots will indicate that's not working, and then they call in as they usually do and get the lights activated that way.
So if they're not flying over, how do I know if it's working?
The test will be regularly conducted. It's still our facility. I'm looking at Scott over there because it actually sits under facilities. But there is regular maintenance, regular inspections required on helipads.
Yes. Yep. I'll make sure of that. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? All right, so we have the recommendation. Because of its length, I'm not going to read through all of that again. So can I get a mover for the recommendation, please? Councillor Bello, a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood. Okay, Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just picking up on the questions from Councillor Hutton. I believe that the due diligence has been done the second time around in allocating the funds towards these various elements to improve our bushfire resilience, and especially in relation to number 4 there, where we will be able to extend that officer's position, and it's an officer who comes from the Rural Fire Service, is highly respected in that field, and I think brings an enormous amount of benefit, respect, and common sense to that role, which I think is very meaningful in Livingstone moving forward to develop even the future bushfire management plan. That will be the foundation of how we manage and mitigate our vegetation. So all in all, I think it's very reassuring from a councillor's perspective to see the due diligence that has been applied, and I do acknowledge the staff's effort in liaising with the brigades, and rightfully so, as Councillor Hutton said, to ensure that that dialogue is very open and forthright with them to ensure that they fully understand the basis for these decisions here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Would anyone else like to speak against the motion, I guess?
Not against the motion, Mr Mayor, but just looking at the previous list that we had, that we were relying on from the brigades to spend that money at that time. I think it was 4 of these actually were to seal the platform or the road leading to the brigade sheds themselves. So it's not an urgent matter for those. We can come back and get them at a later date. These other ones that we're adopting today, they're more strategic, they're more encompassing for foundations for the future, because I know some of those roads there, they really are difficult to get into in the best weather. So you really need to have something there in place that you can rely on for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. And that was part of a discussion we had earlier, as I recall. Yep. So, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote on this one. So, all in favour? Thank you. Those against? No. So is this an opportune time to take a break, councillors? Yeah. All right, councillors, we now have 12.5, which is the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority's Reef Guardian Council program. And the recommendation is that council reaffirm its commitment to the Reef Guardian Council's program through the signing of a new Memorandum of Understanding, implementation of a Reef Guardian Action Plan, nomination of a Reef Guardian Champion, and representatives to participate in the Executive Committee and Reef Guardians Council workshop. And I would also suggest, Mr Acting CEO, that in terms of the Memorandum of Understanding and signing, we probably need an inclusion there to empower you to do that on Council's behalf. Yep, all right. Councillors, would you prefer the Mayor to sign it or the Acting CEO to sign the document? Done. In that case, we won't worry about an addendum to the change to the recommendation. All right, so any questions in relation to the report, first of all, councillors? Okay, so may I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Friend is moving. Councillor Eastwood is seconding. Sorry, Councillor Hutton, tad slow. Councillor Eastwood.
Just a question, Mr Chair, if I could, just in relation to, does it, like the Australia Day Committee, does it need nomination of a Reef Guardian Champion or a representative to participate? Is that required as part of the motion?
It's in the document. Yeah, it's in there. Okay, so the mover, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Welcome, officers. There are 18 councils between Bundaberg and Cooktown in the Reef Guardian Council's program. This covers 300,000 square kilometres. It's quite a large area. And it also encompasses a population of over 1 million people. Since 2007, Livingstone Shire has a proud history of the involvement, and this commenced at the Steering Committee for Reef Guardian. Reef Guardians councils undertake initiatives in the following areas of water management, waste management, land management, climate change, community education. Reef Guardian councils have an important role in making continuous improvements to help the Great Barrier Reef. The Capricorn Coast wishes to continue to preserve the natural ecosystem for all of our future generations to enjoy. Our council should continue in this role as a Reef Guardian Council for improving the health of our Great Barrier Reef. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone care to speak against the motion? No? Okay, coming round to Councillor Hutton speaking for it. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
As Councillor Friend said, Livingstone was there at the beginning. In fact, we were the second council to sign up to be a Reef Guardian Council, which is something that councils of the past should be proud of, but also something that we should continue with, hopeful signing on and continuation of this through the next term of council. I think one of the most important parts of what the Reef Guardian Councils do is not only their commitment to the actions they take on their own patches, but also the role they play in education. And I think having the second longest coastline in, was it Queensland, Councillor Friend? Having the second longest coastline in Queensland, the impact that our community has on the reef is large, and so the role that we play as a council in managing our own resources and how we deal with it, but also the role that we have in educating our community is incredibly important. And I'm incredibly excited to see Councillor Friend take on the role as our Reef Guardian Champion, and know that she'll feed back that information that she receives from attending these meetings and being involved at this strategic level back into our schools, back into our community groups, so that we can all play our part. And so I commend it to the table.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and in response to Councillor Hutton, it is a privilege to become the Reef Guardian Champion, and it's also an honour. And I look forward to working with very passionate people in the preservation of our beautiful reef. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors Hutton and Friend. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, please? Okay, councillors. We have a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote on this one in terms of the recommendation. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So, councillors, we're now at 12.6, which relates to the community organisation Tenure. This recommendation here is that council supports the issuing of tenure agreements for each of the 5 not-for-profit community organisations as mentioned within the report for a term of 1 year. Those 5 not-for-profits are as follows: the Caves Pony Club Incorporated, Capricorn Coast Historical Society Incorporated, Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club Incorporated, Emu Park and District Men's Activity Shed Incorporated, and Saleability Capricornia Incorporated. So any questions on the report, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, with the recommendation, I think it might be a little bit deficient in as much as it would appear that the continuation of council supporting these organisations would only continue for 1 year, where in fact we're going to review the whole matter to show some consistencies in our contribution towards these people. I think we need to probably have a couple of words included there to say for further revision or something that would indicate that it's not just for a year and it's all over. You know what I mean? That's the impression that you could get from that.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton?
Yes, completely agree with the Councillor Mather. My suggestion was that for a term for 1 year, as mentioned within the report, for a term of 1 year, allowing the creation of the new policy, so the policy of the name of whatever it was. So as mentioned within the report, for a term of 1 year, allowing for the creation of the new policy, which will provide long-term consistency for all groups. And that way, we're not committing to whatever the terms will be. We're just saying that we have no doubt that we will be supporting them or working with them in some way into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Amanda, at the end of 1 year, so just right, so everyone clear on the alteration, councillors? Any questions around that? All right. Councillors, any questions? Okay. So the recommendation now reads that council supports the issuing of tenure agreements for each of the 5 not-for-profit community organisations as mentioned within the report for a term of 1 year. We need an "of" in there, Amanda. For a term of 1 year, for a term of 1 year, allowing for the creation of the new policy which provides for long-term consistency in tenure agreements. Okay, all right. So may I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Mather. Seconder was Councillor Hutton. All right. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the report? Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Hutton would like to speak for it. Anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Eastwood?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. These are 5 non-for-profit community organisations that do a great service to our community, and also bring in individuals that also do a great service. And it's just really, really important that we continue to look after them. And yeah, I totally agree with this.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. We have a mover and a seconder. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Molly. We're now at 12.7, which is the review of the moratorium on regulated parking implemented to assist businesses within Livingstone Shire in response to the impact caused by COVID-19. The recommendation here, councillors, is that council recommence timed parking within the regulated parking areas of the Yeppoon Central Business District effective the 1st of September 2020. And secondly, implement an education program during August to inform the public and the business community of recommencement of timed parking, emphasising timed parking, not paid parking. Now, Councillor Lynch, I think you wish to make an amendment to the recommendation?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, I do wish to make an amendment to the recommendation without changing the intent of what's recommended. All for implementing back the regulated parking, but I would like to see the timeline changed and bring it forward. I think the 1st of September is a little bit too late. Looking around and seeing how busy our Shire is, if we were a record, I reckon we'd top the charts in regards to visitors and tourism. It is a buzz around town, and I would like to be able to get the support from other councillors that we can bring this forward. I would like to give those business operators that have suffered through COVID with reduced revenue to give back to them and implement this regulated parking a lot sooner.
Did you have a date in mind, Councillor?
I would like to see it probably be implemented in with about 2 weeks, which I think would be about the 2nd or the, probably 3rd of August if possible.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. May I go to the officers here for a moment to see, or get a comment on the practicality of that? Thank you.
Thank you. That shouldn't be a problem at all. Obviously, the intent was a little bit of education in August, just so the community knew that it was about to kick off again or start up again. But that's probably my only comment there. Staffing's okay. So.
All right. I guess my only concern in bringing it forward is that if we're going to do that without appropriate education or appropriate advice to the community, that we hang off issuing parking infringements until such time as you guys feel comfortable that the community is actually aware of the new timing.
Could I suggest, Mr. Mayor, perhaps then that the recommendation be around that the timed parking commence again at the date nominated by Councillor Lynch, and for the first 2 weeks of that commencement, its warnings are issued, not actual fines as part of that. So the timing has started. It is being patrolled people just aren't getting stung in their hip pocket. They are getting a warning for those first 2 weeks, which would then take you through to the last week of August or something like that before people start to feel an actual infringement of monetary value.
All right, thanks for the suggestion, Mr. Acting CEO. Councillors, I guess 2 weeks to me, I'm not 100% sure whether that's enough time, but I'd be sort of happy with a month. What's the view of the table?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually am in agreement with Councillor Lynch, but I particularly like what the Mr. Acting CEO has just suggested, that warnings are issued and not fines, and that will take it through to the end of August. So I'm absolutely for that, definitely.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Friend. My suggestion was around not deferring for a month, but basically going with Councillor Lynch's recommendation, but hanging off on issuing infringements for a month rather than 2 weeks. That's where my mind was going on that. Councillor, your light's on, Councillor Mather.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just needed to get the dates right, Councillor Lynch. What were you looking at starting in August? What date? 2nd of August. Look, I don't disagree. I am concerned that we've got to give them a little bit of notice. The question I have is, how would we give them notice in this case? Seeing we don't have a daily newspaper.
I would suggest through a media campaign that we work through with the officers. So that'll be on Facebook or something on our web page. In terms of what we can get with the electronic copy of the Morning Bulletin, various and through the radio networks.
Yes. So I would think we'd need to give them some warning before we implement it.
Well, that's why I was suggesting a month, Councillor, yeah.
Yeah, yes. And I understand you'd understand their movements better than I would, and I'd go along with that. But so we'd really have to start now to let them know. Yes.
Councillor Hutton?
My commentary was going to be, I quite agree with Councillor Lynch's suggestion. Believe that the 2 week period that we have now prior to that 2nd of August is suitable to start the information, and then having a following fortnight of warnings would be appropriate. So that gives you that month period of advance. We also have the benefit of the collateral that was developed previously before it was implemented the first time, so it's not going to be an expectation that officers are recreating the wheel here. We've got collateral that was produced saying, hey, time parking is coming in through the CBD, so it would be just a matter of printing some of that material off, which I'm sure over a 4 week period we can print and have available for our officers to be able to provide. My only concern with this is around the articulation that it's the regulated and not the paid parking. As everyone in this room will be aware that with the first round of implementation of this program last year or the year before, there were very conflicting understandings of what was occurring, so much so that, there were people down the main street telling me that their VIN number off their engines was being collected by those little dots that are sensing if there's a car on top or not, and that's how we were charging them, and that it was going to come, they were going to get a bill to their house with their rates notice and all sorts of things. So that confusion is a reflection of the difference between regulated and paid, and that the community may not understand that very well. So I think whatever our engagement is around this, we really need to articulate strongly that we're not bringing back in the paid parking, it's just the time parking throughout the CBD, and try and, the best that we can, because there'll still be people who will misunderstand, really articulate that, because there'll be people who will tomorrow stop parking at the lagoon thinking that they're going to have to start paying again, when we all know that that won't be the scenario that's espoused by this report.
Councillor Eastwood.
Look, my concern is, I guess, through education and letting the public know, especially now that we don't have a local RAG here. I think that you'd have to put off giving fines until the actual September. I believe we can bring it in earlier, and for most people that's going to work quite fine. I would actually think we might need to put some signage around the actual parking areas a little bit. I know it's going to be inconvenient, but if you don't go onto Facebook, and I think I've only been on the Livingstone page once or twice myself, so a lot of people wouldn't use that. A lot of people You know, if you need to let them know, otherwise they've got a fairly good defence, I believe.
Through the chair to the officers, is it possible that you could write letters to all the business owners that are have their establishments in front of the parking areas, that they're at least letting their customers know, hey guys, this will be implemented on the 2nd of August, so that you know, retail owners, shop owners are aware of what's going on, so they can pass that on to the community for those that aren't reading or watching Facebook or social media.
Through the chair, yes, that can be done. And the last time we did it, we actually had handouts as well for the businesses to provide their customers. So, as Councillor Hutton has rightly identified, there's collateral from the last time we went through this. So we'll dust that off. We may go so far, councillors, as to reminding the general public and the good folk that you have to park nose in, for those who seem to forget and want to put their bottoms against the curb.
All right, any further comments, councillors? All right, so it looks like we're amending this recommendation. So we recommence time parking within the regulated parking areas of the Yeppoon Central Business District, effective 3rd of August 2020. And implement an education program during August to inform the public and the business community of recommencement of timed parking. The only other question I'll put to you, councillors, is around the infringement notices. We need, I think, to specify when that process will commence. So I'm hearing 2 weeks and I'm hearing 4 weeks.
To articulate the case for the 2 weeks from the start of August, my fear is that if we start telling people today that in 6 weeks' time you'll be fined, that's too far away. And so for most people, they look at it, oh, that's going to be something that I have to worry about later. And so then when the time in 6 weeks comes along, they've not paid attention because it's too far removed from what they have to worry about today and now, where if we use the 2 week period, it's still a 4 week period of education, but it does give them some sense of, okay, so this is coming relatively shortly. So within a month, this is going to change. Where the minute you say, well, in a month and a half's time, you're going to have to change how you're parking or change how you're thinking, you're giving people, in my mind, it's something that they have to worry about in the future and not today, and therefore you're setting them up in some ways to forget, to failure, to take it on board, so that when you get to that final day or when you get to the first week of it being implemented, they go, oh, I heard about that ages ago, I didn't know it was going to happen now. So the shorter time frame, while 4 weeks I think is a good period, only because you've got that 2 week period of education, you've got the 2 week period of warnings to give them the reminders. You're setting them up for saying, oh, okay, this is changing and I need to change my habits, where in 6 weeks' times may just be a little bit too far removed from their everyday life. And so I'll have to worry about that next time, not today.
Councillor Hutton has expressed his view. Are there any other views? Councillor Friend?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair, I was just going to concur with Councillor Hutton, and I really have nothing more to add except that he took the words right out of my mouth. Thank you.
All right, councillors, I guess I'm looking for some direction now for the officers, because I want to know how soon to start issuing infringement notices. So I just get it. Okay, sorry. So implement an education program during August to inform the public and the business community of recommencement of fine parking, with only warnings to be issued in the first 2 weeks of timed parking implementation. All right. So, councillors, you've got an amended recommendation in front of you. Any further discussion around this? All right, so we have a mover and a seconder, please.
Mr. Mayor, there's something missing. There's a word missing somewhere. The education program comes after they've been notified. We're going to recommence it on the 3rd of August. We need to give a notice that that has occurred,
So do we take
and then the education program follows through from there.
So remove during August.
To inform the public and the business community of time parking, with warning signs to be issued. It's 2 weeks of time parking. before,
I've got it there already, like so that's within the business community. It recommends with warnings to. Can we take out only with warnings to be issued in the first 2 weeks of regulated parking? Because I think it's that re-implementation at the end makes it unbalanced.
and of timed, 2 weeks of timed parking. Then you give the date that,
No.
yeah,
There you go. So let's, with warnings to be issued until the 16th of August 2020.
when normal something will recommence. With warnings to be issued until the 16th of August.
All right,
when-
councillors, we've got a, sorry, Councillor Mather,
There's still something missing, Mr Mayor. With warnings to be issued until the 16th of August, when will be recommenced. When, what is it,
That's inferred already.
no. No. When, is it the, when,
It's starting straight away.
take that to the next level, then you could be saying that warnings are going to be issued the 16th of August.
until the 16th of August, when, what is it going to be, what's recommencing? Time parking.
Which is what the first
And-
sentence says.
At which time, that's the 16th of August, at which time?
Councillor Mather?
Okay, what are we trying to do? We're introducing time parking, right?
I hope so.
Time parking will recommence. Or will be reinstated.
But it's already been reinstated in the first sentence. So we've got a double positive.
Your pardon, through you, Mr
That's
Mayor.
fair enough. I think that's what's there now. It's okay.
All with that?
Gets the message through, yes. That might make a difference, that extra day, Bruce.
So councillors, are we happy with this? Everyone understand it? All right, so can I get a mover, please, and a seconder? Councillor Lynch is moving. Seconder, Councillor Mather.
Might as well shoot me too.
Okay, so those in favour? Those against? I'd like my vote recorded, please.
It's not unanimously.
Moving on to 12.8, feral goats on Great Keppel Island.
We're going to have smoke out today.
Goats on Great Keppel Island have been an issue for some time, councillors. And this report basically has the recommendation that council facilitate the establishment of a combined stakeholder meeting to discuss strategies of controlling the feral goat numbers on Great Keppel Island, with the representatives outlined in attachment 1 of this report being invited to attend. So are there any questions on the report first, councillors? Okay. So, Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you wish to move this one. So move, Councillor Friend. Seconded, please. Councillor Bello. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since since I was elected as councillor for Livingstone Shire Council, never in my wildest dreams have I ever thought that I'd be dreaming about goats of an evening. And I am. Through the campaign and through my 3.5 months of tenure thus far, I've heard nothing but goats, goats, goats. There are those for it, there are those against relocating, removing the goats, and there are those for keeping the goats. So moving forward, it is in the best interest for council and stakeholders and the community that we sit down and have this steering committee. Some people may not be happy with the outcome, some may be delighted. But the issue is that this has been ongoing for decades, and we need to at least try to come to some sort of compromise. And this steering committee will help us understand the issues on both sides so that we can form that compromise and try to stop the feral goats on Great Keppel Island from destroying the environment and move forward as a council and as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Anyone for the recommendation? Councillor Bello.
Just very briefly, I remember a conversation I had with a very learned member of one of our environmental groups. I think it was the Fitzroy Basin Association. In speaking in the issue of the goats, the comments were that any action that's taken in isolation with the goats will be problematic. And by that, I think the comments meant that if you just went over there and took the goats away, you certainly may improve the environment, but the vegetation and the fire risk would increase, and you would need to have other measures in place to counteract that isolated decision. So it's not as simple and straightforward as it seems. They do perform a role. However, I can recall saying, if they're that good, why don't we put them on North Keppel? The reality is that's not what we do to improve our islands and improve our vegetation. But there are strategies that can be adopted, and I think the diversity of this group will make it a very eclectic and interesting group, and from that I hope that we can come up with better strategies. And I really commend Councillor Friend for her not just dreaming about goats, but actually doing something about it and initiating a steering committee. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, and I concur with your comments on Councillor Friend's steadfast work around this issue. She's been very passionate about it and done some great work here. Councillor Mather.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the Reef champion will also be the goat champion, because the same passion is there for the right reasons. The matter here, we're talking about we've got to have something else to counteract if we take the goats away. But you've got to remember, if we don't take some of the goats away, we're going to have another action that actually restores the dual vegetation. Because if the goats in their numbers, and they breed well, if they're allowed to stay, you're going to need a group of people restoring the dunes from time to time. That's manpower. The trick is here, striking the balance. And I think this might be a periodic culling of goats from time to time. And I think they need to be reassessed once the determination what to do with them now has been carried out. Then they need to be reassessed at a later date to see whether it be 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years. What's the stability over there now? If it's okay, you leave it for another 6 months. But monitor it and continue to do what we're doing now. They serve a purpose, but we've got to strike that balance. Otherwise, if we don't get that right, we're in a lot of trouble.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone else like to speak to the recommendation? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if only to reiterate how I appreciate the aspiration that's being demonstrated by Councillor Friend in bringing together a diverse group of people to deal with issues that have been long going, and that I think it's only through people taking that first step and pulling people into a room together that anything's going to change. And that there's a quote that's on my classroom wall at school that says, even a small step is miles past where all the people who are still standing. So I congratulate her on this initiative and hope all the best for this group, knowing that should she need further support, I think we can hear articulated by Councillor Mather a very strong interest and background that may need to come to the fore if we need any extras on the committee. I think there's some talent there.
Don't underestimate my experience with goats.
Yeah, just simply not going there, Councillor. We have a recommendation, councillors, that the council facilitate the establishment of a combined stakeholder meeting to discuss strategies of controlling the feral goat numbers on Great Keppel Island, with the representatives outlined in attachment 1 of this report being invited to attend. So we've got a mover, we have a seconder, so we'll go to the vote on that. All in favour? Thank you, councillors, that's unanimous. And at this point, we might take a break, councillors. Thank you very much. And can we resolve to go out of meeting, please? Yeah. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Thank you. Thanks, Alistair. Right. Welcome back, councillors. Can we resolve to come back from the break, please? So mover in a second, Councillor Friend, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you. So, councillors, we're on 12.9, Department of Defence Memorandum of Understanding for the maintenance of access roads to Shoalwater Bay training area. And the recommendation here is that Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer authority to enter into a Memorandum of Understanding with the Australian Defence Force for maintenance of access roads to Shoalwater Bay training area. So, councillors, before we go for a mover and a seconder, are there any questions in relation to this report? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Carter, for the report and the level of detail. Are you able to just confirm for me what's the definition of defence vehicles that this reference to? Is this only vehicles in camo, or what's?
Yet to be determined fully. We've had one discussion with a retired ADF personnel who agreed that it was both camouflage vehicles and logistic vehicles. The current people are not thinking that way at the moment. But I'm sure once the MOU is signed and we start to delve into the details of the methodology behind seeking payments, we should be able to confirm that it will be all vehicles. I'm reasonably confident we can get all vehicles that go through the gate.
Okay, so that will be both not only the defence camouflage vehicles, but other defence vehicles, but also then subcontractors and anyone else who's put on site there.
Yeah, my view is that it's any vehicle that goes through their gate is their vehicle. Yeah, and I'm hoping to convince the people we're dealing with at the moment, which I'm reasonably confident we can. Yeah, but it will be, the devil will be in the detail when we nut it out.
Sorry, just one further. And in the MOU, it refers to defence usage being different to defence usage during exercises. Can you explain that for me?
In the past, they didn't use Stanage Bay during normal operations, so we were easily able to separate something like Talisman Sabre and do a pre and post condition assessment, and they would reimburse us on any damage done during the exercise. The MOU is indicating that they want to do that as well, which is fine for the unsealed sections of road because the damage happens quickly. For the sealed sections, it's not a good idea because the damage happens over time. So once again, it will be in the detailed discussions I have with them on how we work this out. But I will be pushing for both exercise and normal vehicles to be included in at least the sealed part, and happy to do a condition assessment for exercise for the non-sealed road network.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, the arrangements with the ADF have been very casual, hasn't it, over the years?
Yeah, although there was an agreement before, it was never formalised. We exchanged letters, but there was never an actual agreement signed. But for the last 10 years, up until about 18 months ago, they had been contributing to maintenance in a fair and reasonable manner.
So at the moment, there is no agreement.
No.
And there's no contribution.
There hasn't been for the last 12 months or so. It might be 18 months, yeah.
So what have we been doing in that case?
Well, where we've had to, we've maintained the network. If any part of the network only involved ADF traffic, we've been very slow, if at all, responded. Currently, we've got Raspberry Creek Road, that's in poor condition, but the ADF are the only people that use it. They have indicated that they would not reimburse any cost if it's done before the MOU is signed. So I've held back off it, off doing works. It hasn't affected any other ratepayer because they're not using the road. So it's only affected ADF and their logistics.
I thought there might have been one ratepayer.
That ratepayer has an alternative access, which I'm reasonably sure they use on the majority of time, so I would assume at the moment with the road in poor condition they would be using that alternative access.
So if they were to produce an MOU, we're still doing catch-up with Raspberry Creek, aren't we?
No, the idea would be if they sign the MOU and we're able to quickly give them a quote for the repairs on Raspberry Creek, then we would be able to start work on it immediately.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we'd have a gang to do that.
Yeah, or we'll engage a contractor if we need to. But yes, we within a week or two we could have people on that road.
What about future maintenance? I mean, we don't even know which routes they're going to take.
And that'll be part of sorting out the detail of the agreement on which roads will be part of the agreement and which roads won't. I've had early discussions. They've indicated roads they won't use and will use. We will proceed with details once the MOU is signed.
Yes, and Mr Mayor, I would hope that even though this the MOU signature would resort to what CEO at this point in time, if there was any query over whether it was satisfactory to us, could we bring that back to the table for discussion rather than just let it go through to the keeper? And I'm not saying that the CEO would let that happen, but if they resist giving us our share of what we need to do the job, then we need to bring that back to the table for further discussion and perhaps involve the federal member if that's the case. Because
I will do my best to get the best solution for council, a fair and reasonable solution. Should during the detailed discussions it looks like that is unlikely, I will certainly be approaching my director to talk to council directly about it and what our options are. Remembering that the MOU is not legally binding. We can drop it at any stage. I think if it got to that stage, you're right, it'd get political.
it's better than what we've got now.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. Because, I think we've been worn the brunt end of it for a long time because we've had no certainty. And I mean, the staff have had to go into bat for us all the time and extract assistance.
My comments on that would be up until 18 months ago, it was fair and reasonable what we were getting. The last 18 months we've got nothing, which hasn't been good. Let's try and get some of that back.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr Carter, the report references payments we received in June 2019 and is that, so have we received funds in the last 18 months for work, or is that money from previous works that was prior to the 18-month period in which you're speaking about?
It covered up until June 19, I think. So we haven't received any payment for 1920 for any works done, and nothing so far in in the month of 2021. So yeah, it's a little bit over 12 months, I think.
Through the CO, is there any risk, and I know it's not dealt with in this report, but is there any risk in signing an MOU that states things that we don't agree to in terms of, like, it defines defence vehicles as being defence vehicles? It says that previously we've only ever received contributions towards impacts of defence vehicles, which in this definition doesn't cover the contractors and the non-camo vehicles, so to speak. If we sign this today, recognising it's non-binding, is there any risk associated to that, to say, well, you actually agreed with us that we've never paid you for vehicles that are not camouflaged, that they could then use that, like, while it's non-binding, there's, I'm just, is there a risk there?
Through the chair, councillor, yes, there is a risk that they will try to use that in their negotiations with us to wedge us, I suppose, and say, well, in this MOU, this is what you've agreed to. I guess all I can say is the discussions that I've been involved in throughout, it's been made very clear to them that any vehicle which is in that area as a result of defence activities is a defence vehicle, irrespective of what its colour scheme may be. And council officers haven't wavered from that position.
Mr Mayor, we need to retain
Just point through Councillor Hutton, any comments to the officers, please? Can you direct them through the chair? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. we need to retain that stand that any vehicle that services the ADF is a defence vehicle, because I have spoken to them along the way, and there are quite a number of them, whether they be water, whether they be food, whether they be fuel. There are a lot of vehicles, and heavy vehicles at that, servicing. They are service providers to the Defence Force, and therefore we should consider them as a defence vehicle as such.
And I think that was the officer's intention.
I'll just add that we've agreed to do the traffic count, so that puts us in a good position of locating those traffic counts to give us the full and clear picture of which ones go through the gate. So that should help us in our negotiations.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. How do you differentiate from a caravan to a water truck or another vehicle that would be of similar weight on a traffic count? You'd have to physically identify the vehicle.
It will be a case of identifying the number of vehicles, and the payment by ADF towards the maintenance will be the percentage of vehicles that go through their gate compared to the percentage of vehicles that use the road for other purposes.
Beyond the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I.e. 300 defence vehicles, be them camouflaged or logistics, go through the gate. 100 vehicles don't go through the gate. They'd be paying 3/4 of the cost.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, just to Jeff. Jeff, do you see this as a positive step towards being able to negotiate fair and reasonable maintenance and monies for that maintenance with the ADF?
Yeah, I believe so. I think we'll have a fight on our hands, and I think I'll have to play fairly hard, but I'm reasonably confident. Well, we're certainly going to be a lot better off than we have been the last 12 months, but I'm reasonably confident we could get to a fair and reasonable stage. My view is for those area allotments where they're not included in the Army area, but they're leasing them back to landowners and not paying rates, I'd be wanting to include those in the counts as well as being ADF traffic, because they're not paying any rates. And I'll try and set it up the best I can to get that.
Any further? Councillor Hutton.
Jeff, do you believe that there's any, in your experience and role, do you believe there's any opportunity to go back and seek some revision of the background that's provided in the MOU and provide a further definition of defence vehicles prior to signing?
Are you suggesting for the last 12 months?
More the fact that the background isn't factual to my understanding of what the count's been. So it references that Defence, along with other users, utilise council property to access some of the Defence estate. So it actually implies that it's only the Defence vehicles, and so it then references further on around Defence vehicle traffic, and then it references, so basically it's trying to take a step back from our current understanding, which is that all vehicles that go into the Defence property are Defence vehicles. And then when you come down to the Defence definitions, it doesn't have a definition for Defence vehicles, it only has a definition of Defence usage, which references use by defence vehicles. So I feel in this MOU, by those two steps in the background where it does take that step back and change the understanding of what's occurred to something that I don't believe is reflective of the practice, and then by lacking that defence vehicle definition, they're providing the grounds of which, if we agree to it, that we're actually adopting, we're coming to a common understanding that's different to our actual true understanding, and we'll then be negotiating from a step backwards. And so my question is, do we have the capacity, do you believe, before signing this MOU to seek revision of that background and to seek an additional definition of what defence vehicles are to alleviate those concerns I'm expressing?
We're in negotiation with Defence, we've had two different opinions from Defence personnel. As I said earlier, one is that anything that goes through the gate will be included. The other is it's mainly camouflage vehicles. I believe we can negotiate, even with the MOU signed, that difference as part of the details of the fee for service.
And just to take up Councillor Mather's earlier point, Mr Carter, if you run across any obstacles in that process, please bring it back to the table because you'll have the full support of council.
Not a problem.
Okay, councillors, we have the recommendation before us. May I get if there's no further discussion, he says, looking around the room. Councillor Bello, moving. Second, Councillor Mather. Yep. Second, Councillor Bello. Moved, Councillor Mather. So all in favour? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, all right. All right. So Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your motion, please, or the recommendation, I should say?
Just
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I am concerned that just as we've experienced under previous Livingstone Shire councils, that defence longevity in terms of the lifetime of officers and bureaucracy that quite often outlives the terms of councillors and politicians means that by adopting an MOU that has a background that reflects an alternate reality to which I believe we found ourselves in terms of an understanding of what defence vehicles are, how the count's attributed, to then consider the capacity and the responsibility in terms of maintenance. By us accepting this MOU on the terms, by accepting this MOU, we're consenting to this. We're saying that this is a true and accurate reflection of the past, which it's not. And I believe that it sets both our officers and our organisation and community backwards in our positioning for the debate that we will need to have with the Defence to make sure that a fair and equitable treatment is given to our ratepayers in terms of the maintenance contribution that's provided by Defence. I don't believe that there's anything untoward in them presenting their definition and their understanding, but in the lack of that, I feel that we're actually presenting an opportunity where they can then use this against us. And while it will be non-binding, it does say at some point that we said yes, that this is our mutual understanding or our common understanding of what occurred. It's not a true reflection, and my fear is that by accepting this today under the current terms of the background and the definitions, we actually reduce the capacity of Livingstone, not to discredit the debating skills of our officer or their capacity to negotiate in good faith and get a good outcome for the community, but we'll be placing them in a harder spot than what they already are, which we all know in negotiations with Defence is always a challenge from the get-go. So I can't support us signing on to this MOU in its current form because of the deficiencies in the background and the need for an additional definition to provide that security for our community. While I accept the intent of moving forward and creating opportunity to negotiate, you can't say yes to something that wasn't true to then try and create something that's different to this, which is what we will be intending to do anyway, because we'll be saying that no, Defence usage does include vehicles, both camo, subcontractors, and even it would appear landholders or land leasees. So we're actually setting ourselves up for a greater challenge than necessary, and that's why I'd commend the table reject this motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking for the recommendation, please? So would you like to sum up, Councillor Mather?
yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the councillors at this table will remember my struggles with getting support for our council roads. And I've had battles with our good officer here. He's working in the interest of council. I was working in the interest of council and the ratepayers. Don't forget the ratepayers. And that's what we're doing here. We're trying to secure an agreement, albeit an MOU, that this council not rely on, but can adhere to get the best deal for our ratepayers. And I remember in the past, I didn't always get the support of the table to get the best deal for our ratepayers because I could see what was missing. So when it comes to giving support, I didn't always get that either. But we've got to support our officers who are putting that invidious position that they've got to deal with Defence. It's the federal government with the money. We're down here with 4 routes to the Army Territory. Raspberry Creek is the one that's not even trafficable at the moment. Stanage Bay gets that way from time to time. Luckily, we've got $21.6 million to remedy part of the road. But it's not for us so much, it was for the Army. But our officers have been sent into battle to fight on our behalf, and we have to start with an MOU. And as I said, if it doesn't turn out in our favour, we would expect that to come back to us, and we would approach the federal member if we're not getting the best deal for our ratepayers. And every vehicle that goes into that Army territory is an Army vehicle, as far as I'm concerned. And we've got to make sure that we support our officers in fighting for our interests and our ratepayers' interests. Because if we've got them in that position, and it's not the best place to be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, can I just note I'd like a division on this vote, please?
Okay, councillors. Councillor Hutton has called for a division on the vote. So those in favour of the MOU, please stand. Okay. Those against, thank you. That's carried. Thank you, councillors. So while Mr. Carter is in the hot seat down the front, we've got 12.10, unsealed road service levels. And councillors, the report was quite detailed, and thank you, Mr. Carter, for the report. And the recommendation is that council endorses the current method of applying grading intervention for unsealed roads based on average roughness of the entire road and not individual short 100-metre sections, acknowledging that any isolated dangerous effects will be attended to immediately. And councillors, you'll be aware that unsealed roads has been quite contentious in this Shire for a number of years, and the state of our unsealed roads has varied due to a number of reasons, particularly climatic ones. So I am aware that the officers have been trying to establish some sort of process by which those roads will be maintained and or upgraded. But at this point in time, we have this report before us where the officers are presenting a strategy for dealing with maintenance on unsealed roads. So any questions on the report, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't agree with the recommendation, Mr. Mayor, because what we're saying is that we're talking about a road. Some sections are really bad and some sections aren't too bad. So we're going to gauge the whole road on an average. The sections that are really bad are really bad. So what do you do? And we've had that explained to us before, that if we go in there and we only did the sections that were bad, which seems logical, it's more expensive. I've never really had this problem come to me before. I know the difficulty, you've got to have enough workmen to do it. You've got to have water. Some of these places we go to don't have the water, so you've got to cart water or let the road go through to the keeper when it rains. There are a number of elements that are influencing our road maintenance, and I think it's something that we can't just deal with a recommendation like this, Mr. Mayor, because we're talking about testing it. We've been testing it for years. We don't have to monitor it because we know what's happened. And I'd like to see this one go back to the briefing session, Mr. Mayor, rather than go through and accept the average road as a 4 on the giga counter, on the rough meter. It's not descriptive of the road, because people do damage to the cars that they have to drive to work, drive to school, catch a school bus. Those sections of road that are really bad can be really bad. And that's where you do your tyres. That's where you have your accidents. And the quality of the gravel, the frequency of the rain, there's a whole lot of elements that are involved here. It's not an easy one. And I know the officers do the best they can with the money that they've got. I'd like to see the rough meter come down and gauge the road as a 6 as opposed to a 7. Because we've got here,
Councillor Mather, sorry to interrupt you. This particular part is for questions. I think
Yes.
I haven't heard one yet. I think your comments are more
Well, you might be
appropriate
right, you
for
might be right,
for
Mr.
debate, Councillor Mather.
all right, okay.
So if there's a question, can I get you to ask it, please?
The question would be here to me, we're indicating that some of our roads go up to a 7 or a 10 or greater. I would be ashamed to say that because they're roads that I haven't seen and they're out there looking for attention. And I'd like to know how long they've been like that.
Perhaps that's a question the officer might like to take on notice.
Yeah, the report was based on a request that we maintain unsealed roads in 100-metre sections to the roughness of 7. I included a roughness of 10 as an alternative because it was looking like the 7 would be beyond council's financial capabilities and it'd be very difficult logistically. We are only talking about certain 100-metre sections. If there was enough sections on the road that are over the roughness limit, that would tend to bring the average up. So we would be programming the maintenance work anyway for the road. The International Roughness Index calls a high priority defect of 18. So typically they're saying that it doesn't become dangerous till it's 18. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Isolated dangerous sections we will look at any time and fix as required. But the idea of keeping every 100-metre section below 7 or the alternative below 10, as the report says, is very, very expensive, and I don't think from my personal experience or professional experience is warranted. If you want to improve the overall service on the road, you could look at things like providing more gravel or adopting maybe a lower roughness, but there are budgetary costs to that.
The question, I think, from Councillor Mather was what roads sort of reach the 10 standard. So, again, you might want to sort of get back to us on that one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Any other question? Councillor Hutton.
Yes. Mr. Carter, can you just tell me again? So you were saying that on the International Road what was the name of that?
Roughness Index, yeah.
So the International Road Roughness.
Just IRI, International Roughness Index.
Roughness Index. Okay.
The assumption is for a road.
Yeah, no, and so that says that a degree of 18 is considered unsafe.
Is a high priority defect and should be considered immediately.
Okay. Now, I really appreciate you including the level of 10 because I know that when we previously spoke about this, that there was a discussion around whether it's about trying to maintain the entirety of a road at the exact level, which is currently level 7, versus at what point does an intervention on any individual section be based on its risk to the community. Yes. And you're speaking there that saying that 10 would have a substantial cost to council, somewhere in the realm of $810,000 in plant and $740,000 in annual maintenance to the budget. If that's where we sit at a 10 but an 18's too high, in your experience, and I know that you did some research into other councils, do anyone else have a set interventional level that they'll say, hey, even if a road average is below 7, if there's a spot that's 15, that's when they'll say we'll intervene on that 100-metre set, or we'll simply bring the timing of that project forward to make sure that while that's a short-term problem, it doesn't become a long-term one?
It becomes a risk assessment process. So any isolated defect, and they don't necessarily have to be 100 metres long, they could be 10 metres long. A simple scour after a rain event would be attended to immediately because of the risk to the road user. The idea of presenting 7 and 10 was for those longer sections, so it's naturally degraded or there's been some small isolated weather event that's made a 200 or 300 metre section deteriorate quicker than the rest of the road. Not a very small, sharp hazard, which we attend to all the time. Based on a risk assessment, the intervention could be, we'll put up signage saying rough surface.
because we're going to grade it in a month's time. If the rest of the road's fine and we're not expecting to be there for 2 or 3 months, we will send out a small crew to attend to it. Lately, we've sent out that smaller crew because we've suddenly, we've been able to source a private contractor who has a bobcat that can scarify and grade. So they can do the 50 to 100 metre sections reasonably cheaply, and we've enacted that. I suppose what this report is saying, that I don't believe we should go to a full grading crew for those 100 metre sections because of the cost. The one time we did do it on Old Byfield Road, the 300 metre section cost us nearly $4,000 or something like that, which means that it's twice to 3 times the normal rate per kilometre. We're able to attend to those 100 metres, a single 100 metre section for probably just over $1,000 with the contractor arrangement, which is what we've been doing lately. Yeah.
And a follow-up question. So, recognising that what you're speaking about there is the fact that within your existing budget that you get given in any given year, that you're doing prioritisation and addressing issues as they arise, is that on an ad hoc basis, or is it, I know that you look at the roads a month ahead that you're going to be scheduling? So how often is that reprioritisation occurring to make sure that you're addressing these needs as they're arising?
Typically, our rural coordinator and supervisors and the technical officer meet on a fortnightly basis. The technical officer's looking out a little bit further, so he'd be looking out to the second month, not just the first month. So the first meeting, he will highlight to the supervisors and coordinator the roads that are nominated for 2 months out but are starting to look like they may need to be brought forward. And then the second meeting, they will finalise next month's grading program. And the technical officer will be able to report on the next lot of roads the further out we can come in. So it's a continuous process reviewed on a fortnightly basis.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just one final question. So with that reprioritisation occurring both on the 2-month horizon as well as the monthly horizon, if you find yourself in a situation where there's simply too many roads that require that immediate support within a month period, do you have the resources or the capacity within your budget to engage contractors, etc., to support the organisation in achieving the needs of the community?
Recently, yes, we have had to engage contractors. If we don't have as much capital works, we can normally have enough of our own internal resources to do it. Last year's budget's gone a little bit over, but it's the first year that we've never had any NDRRA funding. So it looks like the existing budget may be a bit on the low side. The unit rates being used were corrupted by NDRRA funding. So I expect during this year, and we've already done some work last year on unit rates, that we might be able to give a better indication of what the true rate of doing the entire network is. Just one question, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Carter. The contractor doing the job for quite a bit less, is the quality of work as good? Yeah, it's over very short sections, so we're not talking a large grader run, so it's slightly different to what you would expect from a grader and a full roller crew and water stroke crew. But for isolated sections of 50 metres or so, it's acceptable. And what we find is it will get us through to when the rest of the road reaches intervention. If in a case where we have a large rain event and those isolated defects are widespread, we will tend to run the full grading crew out and hit the individual sections as a catch-up for a week or two to get the network back up to being safe, and then we reprioritise intervention based on their condition. Normally, by then we've got NDRRA funding or DFRA funding, it will be called now, so we're able to prioritise work that way as well.
Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, because there's been no formal mover or seconder at this point in time, I'd like to move that this matter be referred back to a briefing session, please.
Okay, so procedural motion from Councillor Mather. that this report be or lay on the table pending discussion at a briefing session.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm happy to support that. However, I just would like perhaps some clarity around what further either information or approach do you believe would be beneficial by doing so? Councillor Mather, if I can ask for leave at the table to ask that question.
If I may answer that one, Mr. Mayor. The good officer's being honest with you by saying that maybe we're not getting enough money to do the roads in the first place. And it would appear, even though we're 5% over budget at the moment, and that's not the end of the line as far as, from what I understand, for the budget, that's going to go over even further. Okay, so in the fact that we don't have any NDRRA funding, we are or have been reliant on that funding to supplement our maintenance, and that shouldn't be the case. If we've had an episode, a rain event, whatever, and it's there to replace or restore damage that has been incurred by that event, but we shouldn't be relying on it to be able to do our maintenance. And I think that's what the officer's saying, that we haven't had any, and yet we've still got a shortfall. So, which means we need to go back and have another look at what we're doing. We're not going to be able to do terribly much this budget, I admit that, because it's almost bedded down. But I believe that we can set a path forward for the officers, that they can have some assurity that we won't have to have this tussle all the time, that maintenance needs to be done. To give you an idea, and I won't harbour on this, Mr. Mayor, I was in the Millman area the other night. I had reason to be up there. I had a phone call. I think I handed it over to Jeff in the bus. But I did go and have a look. There were 4 roads that I specifically looked at. Millman Road North, several kilometres. It was done. It was good. Beyond that was a little road called Sherwin's Road, about 2 kilometres, just at the end of the Millman Road North. It was in a terrible state, the worst I've ever seen it. It wasn't touched. Why didn't we go the extra mile and finish that one off? We'll have to go back now and do it. And that's where your money goes.
All right,
That's
Councillor
why I think
Mather,
we need to look at how we do business, Mr. Mayor. It's not just a matter of how much money, but how we do business.
all right, Councillor Mather, the procedural motion is there. So you're moving that. Pursuant to section, eyes aren't too good, 219(1)D and 219.6 of Livingstone Shire Council's meeting procedures policy, the matter lay on the table pending further discussion and to return to the council meeting. Well, it'll go there as part of the discussion. Yep. All right. So you're moving, Councillor Mather. Okay. All in favour? No, you're not for procedural. No, yeah. Okay. Sorry. In August. Thank you. Yeah. Is that going to give you enough time?
Jeff, will that August meeting sufficient time to prepare a report?
I must admit, I'm not quite sure exactly what you're seeking from the report, Councillor Mather. If you would like me to provide budget estimates to provide a higher level of service, as in a roughness of 6 or something like that, quite easily done. If you want me to provide a snapshot of where we are on, I don't know, 20 or 30% of our roads, I can probably do that easily. If you want to provide a snapshot on the overall network, I would have to talk to assets, and I believe they're just about to engage a consultant to run a condition assessment on our entire network, and we could have that information. Remembering that the last time that was done for the 2015 asset management plan, when the Unsealed road network had a condition assessment done, it was found to be much better than the then 8 IRI, and that's why it went to 7 IRIs, that we were actually maintaining it better than we were required to do. Some of that could have been due to the NDRRA money and the abundance of that, and now with that no NDRRA money, we would struggle to keep it at a 7 with the existing budget. But I am trying to deliver the service. If the budget goes over whilst delivering the service, so be it. That's where I have to come back to council and say, are you happy for the budget to go over and let me work out what the budget should be? Or do you want me to change the level of service?
Mayor, I think in a previous discussion, the officer had made a comment, if we wanted to go to a 6, it'd be about $300,000 additional in the budget. Would that be correct, Jeff?
From memory, that sounds about right. But
Yeah,
the information's there for me to tell you.
And they're the sort of things we just need to talk about. If we had more money, we might leave it as a 7. But at the same time, I don't think in some of the roads that a 7 is too dangerous. Not dangerous so much as in unacceptable and damaging to cars.
I probably have to clarify that the model is based, the IRI 7 in the model is based on programming the works when it reaches 7. It's not keeping the network below 7. There's a big difference there. So you could be looking at a month or 2 delay between when it reaches 7 and when we do the works. The only way around that would probably lower the intervention to 6, and then you're probably likely to intervene before it gets to 7, because you'll be programming it at 6.
As the members can see, it's a little bit technical. So I think if you can...
Councillor Mather, perhaps I can offer a solution here. I'd prefer to push it out a bit in time so that we've actually got a bit of time up our sleeve to consider this. So if we can perhaps push this out to perhaps even October.
Yeah.
So
the
October
officers
council
will continue
meeting?
to do what they're doing now.
What that may do, and I'm not quite sure, but that may fit in with the asset management works, and that may mean that the entire network, we have a snapshot on it, and we can have a look and see what it actually is. Some people's perception of the road network is different to what, or their expectations is different to what we're delivering there.
Yeah, I picked up on your point before about the timing of the asset management itself, the whole plan, and I would prefer to look at that holistically rather than just in bits. And I think if we push this out to October, that'll give us the opportunity to do that.
Happy to do that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The procedural motion that this matter lay on the table pending further discussion and return to the council meeting in October 2020. So, all in favour? Those against? Councillor Hutton, thank you. (1211) Council. Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, the 2021 grant. And the recommendation here from the officers is that Council resolves to firstly accept the funding offer of $906,477 exclusive of GST under the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to execute and return the grant agreement by the 31st of July 2020. And secondly, to endorse the funding to be allocated as follows: $500,000 to Etna Creek Road pavement rehabilitation and $406,477 for Yeppoon Lagoon improvements, including the provision of arbours, barbecues, seating and shade structures. So, councillors, any questions in relation to this report, please?
Mr Mayor. Sorry, after you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through you, Mr Chair, and through to Jeff. So it states here that this program must be executed and agreement by the 31st of July 2020. So do we have the crews, do we have the staff available to actually have that executed by then? Is this already in the forward planning, or?
The date of 31st of July this month is just to provide nominations of the project. So the federal government's offered this money up. They have asked us to nominate projects that fit the requirements, local roads or community assets. And once we nominate that, I assume that there will be a process of approving it. I would think that the approval process would be, yes, it's a road tick, yes, it's a community asset tick, and go. It's not like if we nominated a water or sewage asset, they probably would say no. But the funding's guaranteed. It's just we have to nominate the project by the 31st of July.
And second question, what particular interest were both of these projects? Have they been on the cards for a while, or is it urgent to have these particular two projects undertaken?
Okay, the condition of this funding program is that it's a stimulus package caused by COVID-19. So we could not nominate projects that were already in the budget this year. Technically, I know we haven't adopted our budget, but I thought it was a little bit immoral to pull something out and say, oh, it wasn't there. So I've taken projects out of the forward works plan in next year and the year after. Etna Creek Road pavement rehab was in for next year for $600,000, so I pulled $500,000 out. But there's also two other projects, pavement rehab projects in next year. Scenic Highway and Cowarrel Road. The sum total of them is around about $500,000. So if council was adverse to doing Etna Creek Road for other reasons, i.e. a development that's proposed up there, then they could be alternatives, Cowarrel Road and Scenic Highway. They're in next year's forward works program. They need to be done. They're pavement rehabs. And then the lagoon, Yeppoon lagoons, apparently one of the most sought after things at the lagoon is shade. These two projects, I think one was in 21-22 and one's in 22-23, so next year and the year after. I've been fortunate enough to just about to sign up a project manager for 12 months to help us deliver our program, and she has a lot of experience in this sort of work, the lagoon work area. So we're confident that she could put the projects together and have them delivered by contractors. As for the pavement rehab, be it Etna Creek or any other two, our three existing pavement rehabs for 2021 are going out to contract anyway, so it'll be quite simple to add these to that list of projects to go out to contract. These three projects, or two projects, are basically nominated because it's the one I believe we have the best chance of delivering, considering the size and the resources, size of the program and the resources we have. Very little design and particularly rehab, it's going to be part of a program of works anyway, so it shouldn't take too much to get out to contractors.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Mr. Chairman, just a question to Jeff on number one. Jeff, how far do you feel that $500,000 would take us along Etna Creek Road?
Recently, we're around about the $300,000 a kilometre for pavement rehab, so you're looking at 1.6, 1.7 kilometres.
Yeah.
As I said, I wasn't quite aware of, I think something was said to me on the bus tour about Etna Creek Road the other day, so I wasn't quite all over the issues there. As an alternative, Scenic Highway and Cowarrel Road, which are both in next year, would be just as easy to deliver by my area. So if council wants to do that, by all means, if they've got concerns about Etna Creek Road. Etna Creek Road is also in, because it's so long, the amount we have to do, it's also in following years as well. So it just means, I suppose, we would be doing this Etna Creek 21-22 rather than 2021. We're basically pulling it forward. I'm not asking for us to put another project in 21-22 to substitute for it. We're just taking the advantage of using this money to do the projects earlier with no increase to the forward works.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, even though Etna Creek Road is in dire need of upgrade, I'm also mindful, and Jeff may not be aware of this, there's an application in for the Belmont Sands extraction. And that was the route that they were supposed to upgrade as part of the condition of approval. And what they've done now, they want to go around private property and avoid the road altogether with a new application. So I asked the question about how much 500 would take us.
Councillor Mather, can I just jump in here? Can I just caution you about revealing too much about that particular matter at this point in time?
Yeah, yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. But just to be aware that we've got this other one sitting in limbo. So maybe we need to talk about that at a later date. But although we've got a time limit on this one here, but it does need doing up. So if there's still room for a contribution from somebody else, there's still a lot of road still to go, isn't it? You've got, what have you got, another couple of kilometres? At least two.
Sorry, there's multiple kilometres. It might be 5 or 6 all up, something like
It's
that.
quite a lot, yeah. So the other one, number 2, I'm just wondering, $406,000 to go to the lagoon, even though they need shade, they really do need shade. When we're talking about barbecues and things like that, do we really want barbecues in the lagoon?
Well, actually
I'm
goes
just
to a
wondering
question I was going to ask Councillor Mather. Is there a detailed breakdown of what that cost is for?
Well, my concern is that there's a lot of money being spent there now, maintenance-wise, and another $406,000. I have no problem with shade. Give them as much shade as they need. But I'm just wondering, that's a lot of money, where a lot of money has already been spent. That's what I'm saying.
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair, just to pick up on our previous discussions about this, there was a commitment that if in the event that this was approved, that council officers would be coming back in consultation with councillors to ensure that, I believe to ensure that we were satisfied with what was being proposed and we could influence what was to be included in that sum there. So I guess just to clarify that that's still the case, and that gives us a confidence that we can have a say across what gets done there.
Yeppoon Lagoon's not my area of delivery. It's more facilities, Dan Pearce. But yes, he's aware of that, and that would certainly be the case. The issue, I suppose, is that we'd have to sort of agree reasonably quickly to get it delivered by the 30th of June to 2021, which is a requirement of the funding.
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking to take up the possible suggestion of the officer in regards to adjusting Etna Creek Road to the Coral Road and the Scenic Highway, recognising that both of those projects are in the 2021 year and this one is in the 21-22 year. Councillors would all be aware of the impost in terms of the capital program in these different years. So being able to pull something that's already, or two things that are actually already in the program for that year, as opposed to adding on an additional project into that 1 year, I think is a better outcome for the organisation and potentially easier to manage for officers. So I'm happy to move an amendment to remove Etna Creek Road and include instead the alternate of the Scenic Highway and the Coral Road works that were put forward in the Capital Works program previously.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, any comment around Councillor Hutton's proposed amendment?
Only that I do.
Councillor Rees.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, only that I do agree with his proposal.
You agree with this proposal?
No, with Councillor Hutton's.
Councillor Mather.
All I can say is that the Etna Creek Road is in dire need of upgrade. It's black soil. It's reduced to one vehicle width. And the other wheels on the other side of any vehicle it's overtaking is on black soil. And the paper-thin bitumen that's left is only a matter of time before we have to dig up the bitumen and we'll have nothing but black soil there. I don't know if it would wait that long.
All right.
Question,
Councillor Friend.
Mr. Chair. Jeff, you said that the grant, $500,000 to Etna Creek Road, you've put this forward because it may have a better chance of obtaining that grant and the funds, as opposed to Coral Road and Scenic Highway, or?
No, sorry, I'll clarify that. This one was put forward probably because it is in slightly worse condition than Coral and Scenic Highway. Then hearing about the other issues that might be pertinent to Etna Creek Road, I'm just suggesting that the other two roads, Scenic Highway and Coral, are an alternative. So currently in the 21-22 program is Scenic Highway for $247,000, Coral Road for $244,000, so pretty close to $500,000, and then Etna Creek for $600,000.
The idea of this was to bring 500,000 of Etna Creek forward, not replace it with anything in 21-22, just bring it forward because it was funded. The alternative is we bring Scenic Highway and Kawarrel forward and we do Etna Creek in 21-22. Once again, it could be a 6-month turnaround. Like if we do 2021 late, which will probably be the case because we're only going to put in the nomination in the end of this month, give it a month or two to hear back from the funders, then we have to move from there. And in 21-22, we might be able to do these pavement rehabs very early in the year. So it may only be 6 months difference.
Sure. So, through you, Mr. Chair. So therefore, it might be the time difference of 6 months, but council will be fully funding the $600,000 for Etna Creek. Is that correct?
Yes, all the projects currently shown for 21-22 are fully funded by council. Any we bring forward for this funding means that council's not funding it. Yeah, so it doesn't matter which one it is; it's the same result.
And just one more, so just so I know and I can get it through my head, Etna Creek is in dire need, is that correct, in your opinion?
It would certainly be in a worse condition than the other two, yes. Could it survive another year? More than likely, or at least another 6 months, more than likely.
All right, Councillor, so the decision around Etna Creek Road appears to be as follows. This funding would potentially reseal 1.5 kilometres, 1.6 kilometres, with the remainder left in its current position or state.
In 22-23, there's another 1.2 million for Etna Creek Road. Yeah, so the idea was 600,000 next year, followed up by 1.2. This brings part of it forward. The 1.2 still stays in 22-23.
Okay, or alternatively, use the funding currently set aside for Etna Creek Road to do Scenic Highway and Kawarrel Road. So that's the decision, Council. And Councillor Hutton's proposed motion is around the latter, as I understand it, Councillor Hutton. All right, so councillors, I guess I'm looking for some indication from the floor as to where you want to go with this.
I just need some clarification from Councillor Hutton that he's taking the money off Etna Creek and putting it on Kawarrel and on Scenic Highway. Is that what you're saying? Correct. Yes. But leaving the 406 at the lagoon. Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So I guess the way to deal with this, councillors, is we'll go to the original recommendation and get a mover and a seconder, get some debate around that, and then if we'll just Councillor Hutton's proposed motion, if this one doesn't get support, we'll go to that one. All right. The original motion is that council accepts the funding offer of $906,477 exclusive of GST under the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to execute and return the grant agreement by the 31st of July 2020. And secondly, endorse the funding to be allocated as follows: $500,000 to Etna Creek Road pavement rehabilitation and $406,477 for Yeppoon Lagoon improvements, including the provision of arbours, barbecues, seating and shade structures. So for this particular recommendation, councillors, do I have a mover? Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All right, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
I've pretty well said most of it, Mr. Mayor. On the officer's opinion, and I do value that Etna Creek Road is in worse condition than the other two roads that were mentioned. There is still plenty of road for any other contribution at a later date, whether it be from a developer or from the council. We need to go with what's needed now. I've known this road for a very long time and it's had very little on it in that length of time. But we've got to the stage where we will be digging up the existing seal because that's all it is. It's paper thin. I would question the 406,000 going to the lagoon, but I'm quite prepared to have another look at that when it comes to the table for dissection to see what's actually comprises that figure. But at the moment, the priority, as far as I'm concerned, is the need for the Etna Creek Road to receive that funding.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Anyone for the recommendation? Councillor Friend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking for it because, as we had earlier this morning, we are one shire. The Yeppoon Lagoon is getting the bite out of some of this funding, and this is great for Yeppoon, and we need those works done. But looking at the one shire policy, let's look at Etna Creek. Let's look at the northern suburbs. Let's go there and give them something back. The officer here is experienced. It was his opinion that Etna Creek is actually in a worse for wear state, and it needs to be attended to. And if we can get some of that funding to supplement that $600,000 of that area, then why not? So this is why I'm seconding this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Lynch.
I actually support this as well, and the reason I do is I'd like to thank the time that's been put into those bus tours. If we don't have those bus tours, us as councillors can't really see what's going on out there, and I think it's really, really important that we take note. And what I took note of when we drove on that road, it was mid-morning on a Friday, and there were lots of cars going up and down. And for that reason, I support that funding goes towards Etna Creek Road.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Any other comments, councillors? All right, so we have a mover and a seconder for this particular recommendation. I'll go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Those against? Did you wish your votes recorded, councillors? Councillor Eastwood? Okay. Point 12. Am I in the right one? Okay. Response to question on notice from Councillor Mather relating to Keppel Island, Great Keppel Island Rejuvenation Project. And the recommendation here, councillors, is that council resolves to receive the report providing a response to Councillor Mather's questions on notice regarding the Great Keppel Island Rejuvenation Project. So, councillors, are there any questions in relation to this report? Councillor Mather?
Just a question. We've never, as far as I could recall, Mr. Mayor, received an overview of what we have and what is required and the amount of money that we need to be able to fulfil whatever it is we're trying to do. And from what I understand, that we're looking at instilling the land use infrastructure to service the island. But I just need a picture of what it entails in total. And that's why I put these questions in, Mr. Mayor, because it was to furnish the island, at least on the mainland.
Yeah, they
at our cost.
Those works won't commence, councillor, at this point in time until, I'll pass over to Mr. Casey, who's got a more detailed knowledge of this, but those works won't commence until such time as a proponent is clearly identified anyway, and that hasn't happened yet.
Well, this is what concerns me, that if there's money in the tin that we're supposed to be utilising within a certain time frame, and I mean, I should know what the picture is, what the time frames are, and I don't have that, and that worries me a lot.
Yeah, if you're talking about that funding from the state government in relation to the pipeline, that funding it's not there yet anyway, in a sense. So I'll hand over to Mr. Casey anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to your question, councillor, I endorse what the Mayor has just stated. My understanding is that the $5 million funding for building our regions will not actually be confirmed until a proponent for the project has been confirmed. So at this time, we're still awaiting that project proponent to be confirmed.
So, councillors, or Councillor Mather, in relation to your questions on notice, are you satisfied with the responses in the report?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and I thank the officers for that. So basically the money has been promised, but it is not needed until such time as the island gets the nod, or the proponents get the nod. That's what I'm getting.
That's correct, Councillor.
Yes. And I guess we just have to wait and see what happens next, don't we?
I believe that's correct also.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, well, I might have to come back with another question at a later date, but it won't be like this one. But I'd be happy to move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and coming back with the questions entirely your prerogative at any time. So we have a mover, councillors, for this recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Are we resolved to receive the report? So seconded, Councillor Hutton. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right. So all in favour? Thank you very much. And can we note Councillor Bellow's absence from the room for momentarily? Thank you. Pardon me.
Mayor, what time are we breaking for lunch? Okay.
Response to questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to the Mount Charlton Reservoir. I might just pass to Councillor Mather at this point in time to provide a summary of her questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Mount Charlton Reservoir and the pipeline that leads to it from Rockhampton, they're critical not only for the existing ratepayers, but also for the future of our Shire as far as sustainability goes. And I put these questions because I was of the clear understanding and opinion, judging by what I actually saw and found, that maintenance has not been carried out either as thoroughly or as regularly as it should have been. And that concerned me, because not only did the pipeline leak in several places, it was rusted in many more places, but the reservoir was also leaking and has been leaking for many years. So what was I supposed to think? This is a critical piece of infrastructure, and that's why these questions were put up. Because I just need answers, that's why.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. So, councillors, in relation to this report, are there any questions, either for Councillor Mather or for the officers? So we'll go for you wish to move the recommendation here, Councillor Mather?
Particularly the same as the one before, Mr Mayor. I'd be so moved, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you're satisfied with the responses?
I wouldn't say satisfied, but for the time being, I'll absorb what they mean in total.
All right, thank
And
you.
I might have to come back on that one as well, thank you.
That's fine. Can I get a second to thank you for this one? Councillor Bello, thank you very much. All right. So we're resolving to receive the report providing a response to Councillor Mather's questions on notice regarding the Mount Charlton Reservoir. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. (12.14) Response to Mayoral Minute, Pacific Heights Road traffic issues. So, councillors, as you'll be aware, there was a significant amount of discussion around this at the meeting where the Mayoral Minute was presented, and also during briefing sessions with the officers. The officers have come back to us now with their recommendations, which are presented in the report, and they are to maintain the current default speed limit of 50 kilometres per hour along Pacific Heights Road, maintain the current number of speed limit signs, rule out the use of roundabouts along Pacific Heights Road as viable options for calming traffic, officers to raise the matter of speed cameras along Pacific Heights Road at the next 3E meeting, and finally officers to monitor traffic speed environment, or the traffic speed environment, following completion of ongoing shared pathway project, and determine if additional line marking and signs may be required. So, councillors, are there any? I'll leave my comments to last on this one and allow the councillors to make any comments. Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Can I just a question to start with, Mr Mayor? On number 4, officers to raise the matter of speed cameras along PH at the next 3E meeting. What's that?
My understanding, councillors, that's the meeting officers have with the police, the Queensland Police Service.
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Well, with no disrespect to the officers, there is nothing between 1 and 5 that says anything's going to change. Everything remains as it is. That's how I see it. And I think it needs a whole new overhaul, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? Before we go into debate.
I guess just to confirm that we'll be debating the recommendation that's before us, and the potential of that recommendation is voted down, that there'll be an alternate motion put forward that includes primarily a 40 km/h speed limit. I believe is something that the councillors may be prepared to consider, which is alternate to the officer's recommendation in that regard. And the only other probably comment is that the issue of the footpath, which will be constructed, is a significant factor in the concern up there in terms of the safety. But that's going to happen irrespective of this recommendation here, or the conclusion of this motion here. Is that correct?
The construction of the footpath is scheduled for this financial year, councillor. That's right.
Mr Chairman, I'd like to call for the suspension of standing orders to discuss this a little bit more, because if we're going to make changes, we could discuss what those changes are going to be and come back with a complete new motion. Because what we're doing a motion on the run, and it might take some trickery.
I'm just wondering, councillor, whether we can resolve it during normal debate as part of the process around the table.
Yeah, doesn't always give it.
So may I suggest that once we've moved and seconded this motion, we then have the capacity to move amendments to it, and therefore if the amendment that the councillor is seeking is simply to change the speed, we don't have to debate this one, drop it, and then move an alternate set. We could do it within this motion itself.
That was my thinking as well, councillor Hutton. Councillor Mather, are you happy to proceed along those lines?
Well, first of all, Mr Mayor, I'd like to know which of the 1 to 5s that need to be changed, because we need to do it in one hit rather than do it in piecemeal.
Well, Councillor Hutton Mather, I'd suggest we go into debate but via the mover and the seconder process, and then we can tease that out as part of the debate.
You're the mayor.
Mr Chairman, I have a question. Are we still in question time? That wasn't my question, but I have a question to the officers through you. I see near Armstrong Road there's a proposed Type 4 semi-mountable curb which also helps pedestrian traffic. Earlier in the briefing, we talked about having this same one down near Roberts Road. And I remember the Mayor had asked, is it just the one we're having at Armstrong Road? And then later in the conversation, Mr Lau, you said that no, there will be two. There'll be one at each end. Are we still looking at those raised, semi-mountable curbs at each end?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Friend. They refuge islands for the pedestrian crossings. There will be two of them located as you suggested, yes.
All right, councillors, so for the sake of starting the debate on this, can I have a mover for this recommendation and a seconder, please? Notwithstanding that we can change the recommendation as we go through debate. So mover, please. Councillor Friend, was it? Did I see that? No?
The point I'd just like to clarify, Mr Chair, if I could, any change to this motion that's put forward via an amendment, 50 km/h to 40 km/h, is that changing the intent of it from the officer's perspective, or are they comfortable with that as an amendment? Be best answered by the CEO, I'm not sure, but I was under the undertaking that that's changing the intent from 50 to 40, and therefore an amendment may not have been acceptable under the definitions of an amendment, but happy to be advised on that.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, I think when we had the discussion at the briefing session, the council officers put forward our recommendations based on the technical information which we have at our disposal, and that's captured within the recommendations in this report. If council then chooses to reduce the speed limit, that will have some consequential effects. So we would probably need to do some modelling on what the traffic flows would be as a consequence of that. We've not done that yet because at the moment the default speed limit is still 50 kilometres an hour. But there could potentially be some changes in traffic flow as a consequence of changing the speed limit.
If I could, Mr Mayor, the procedures policy for council, the meeting procedures policy, says that an amendment to a motion shall be in terms which maintain or further clarify the intent of the original motion and do not contradict the motion. So
we're potentially looking at a procedural motion then to have this lay on the table.
That may be, yeah. Look, you could have 3 lawyers give you 10 opinions on whether going from 50 to 40 is a contradiction. So yes, I would suggest if you wish to spend time looking at this thoroughly and holistically, procedure will put it on the table to take it to a briefing session for further discussion and then something to come back later on.
All right, Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Respectfully, if the change that we wish to make is to reduce the speed and it's nothing else, then if the procedure would be for us to debate this, vote it down, and then raise an alternate motion, because the officer's recommendation, as we're aware, was developed and has been provided in a briefing session previously. So I fail to see, by coming back to a further briefing session, we're not going to, and I wouldn't dare try and influence or change the officer's opinion and their recommendation. Therefore, if it's a case where councillors are choosing to do something contrary to the officer's opinion, we simply vote it down and produce an alternate motion, which can be a replica of that, with the change with the 40 to 40 kilometres, and then an explanation as to why we've gone against the officer's recommendation previously.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I've misread the mood, but I got the impression that people were looking to discuss and explore more than just shifting 50 to 40, which is why I put in my comment. If it were only turning on that, then absolutely. But if council laws are looking to go much further than that, then I would counsel that you tread carefully in trying to make a decision right here and right now.
That would certainly was my intention. Having read this report, personally would be looking to change a substantial number of those recommendations, Mr. Acting CEO. So I think you're right, the procedural motion is probably the best way to go. So, ladies, we might record a procedural motion here, thank you, that this lay on the table and be brought back to a future council meeting. Now, councillors, I'll discuss with you at some stage around how we go about doing that, but my thinking at this point in time is I might make another Mayoral Minute with some recommendations on it.
Mr Mayor, you have the option of doing a foreshadowed motion if you knew what changes that you needed to make before you went in, and that was the intent of the suspension of standing orders, to be able to do that.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor, but I think in fairness to the officers, if we're going to make substantial changes to this recommendation, as they've indicated, they want to do some modelling, so that'll be an opportunity for us to review that.
Okay, good.
I shall move that procedural motion. So all good, ladies? Yes, next council meeting, thank you. Does that give the officers enough time to...
It should be fine, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
All right, so we have a procedural motion, doesn't require a seconder, councillors, so all in favour? Against? Councillors, we're at 12:15, response to questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to forward works for drainage. And we're resolving in this one to receive the report from the officers that provides a response to Councillor Mather's questions. Councillor Mather, would you like to make any comment around the report?
I'd be quite happy to move the recommendation, please, in the essence of time. And if I need to come back, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mather. So Councillor Mather's moving the recommendation that Council resolves to receive the report providing a response to Councillor Mather's questions on notice regarding forward works for drainage. Can I get a seconder on that one, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you.
If I may just speak very briefly to that, Mr.
You
Mayor.
are invited to speak, Councillor.
One of the biggest issues that I have to deal with in this shire is drainage, whether it be on inter-allotment drainage from the hills above, from the houses above, or in the gutters, or under the roads. But drainage is a very big issue, and it's a very expensive issue when you're starting to upgrade. So really what I wanted to know here, and I'm not going to dwell on this, that have we got a plan for the future to identify the areas that need to be done sooner rather than later? Because we're just doing everything sort of as we get floods or as we get damage, and we need to have something a little bit more prepared to see where we're going in the future. And that allows us to plan budgets well in advance. That was where I was going with this one, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. So Councillor Mather's moving this and she's spoken to it. Anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Anyone else wish to speak for it? We'll go to the vote, councillors. So all in favour? Thank you. All right, so we're on 12:16, councillors. The application for permanent road closure, Lake Mary Road, Lake Mary. Okay, Councillor Hutton is moving the recommendation. Councillor Eastwood is seconding. Okay. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, just to say that it's a commonsensical approach.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against the recommendation?
Just for it, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just very quickly. The reason we're saying no today is because it actually cuts off the lawful access of another block. If we were to allow this to go through as the requestor says, then we would be not denying access to another landowner, which is not our intent.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, so we've got a mover and a seconder. A mover, Councillor Hutton, seconder, Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. We'll go to 12:17 as well, councillors, seeing we got through that last one fairly quickly. This is the nomination for the special holiday for the 2021 Rockhampton Agricultural Show.
Happy to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Lynch. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Lynch? All right. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right, so the recommendation is that council submit a nomination for Friday the 11th of June 2021 to be appointed as a special public holiday for Livingstone Shire Council to enable the community to attend the Rockhampton Agricultural Show. All right, so we have a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. No, I've lost my place again. 386, thank you. (12:18), the Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference on the 19th to 21st of October 2020. Attendance. So, councillors, this is the annual conference of the Local Government Association of Queensland. And normally 2 councillors attend representing Livingstone Shire Council, as I understand it. So at this point in time, councillors, I've been greedy and I've nominated myself to attend, but looking for a seconder, thank you. So, sorry? Yes, that's what I'm about to go. Yep. Well, as in attendee, yeah. A second attendee. All right, so Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I wondered, previously in the 2014 term when we were all first term councillors, council did decide that it was advantageous to send the councillors who hadn't been previously, so that they got some early exposure across the industry as well as other councils and things. So if they're up for it, I'd like to nominate Councillor Lynch and Councillor Friend to attend, recognising there is the cost of one additional registration fee. We get 2 complimentary as part of our membership, but I think it's invaluable to have that insight into how this small part that what we do is part of a much bigger picture.
A wonderful suggestion, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Councillors Lynch and Friend.
Thank you very much. I actually, knowing that Councillor Bellow and Councillor Eastwood went last year, I was actually going to nominate Councillor Mather and Councillor Hutton to go, but I'm quite happy. And I thank you very much for that recommendation to go along. So thank you very much.
All right, councillors, so there's an amendment to the recommendation. Is everyone happy with that?
What is the recommendation now?
The recommendation is that council endorses the attendance of Mayor Ireland and councillors Lynch and Friend.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Mr Mayor, but I need to stipulate that only one of you can vote. 2 out of 3 can vote, but not the 3 of you.
No, I think the idea, I understand, councillor, the idea is to give the newer councillors exposure to the LGAQ conference and make some
idea.
networking friends.
It's a good idea. I hope you go in the middle of winter.
So moved, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Actually, Councillor Hutton, did you want to move? Okay. All right, so Councillor Mather seconding. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. And at this stage now, we might resolve to break for lunch. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Lynch, Councillor Bellow. All in favour? Thank you. Good to go, Matt. All right, welcome back, councillors. And can we resolve to resume following lunch? May I have a mover in a second? Councillor Friend, Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. I believe we're at 12:19, Mr Acting CEO. Community voice panels, terms of reference. Councillors, as you will recall, part of our commitment to the community in relation to engagement was to also establish, initially we call them reference groups, but through various processes we've come up with the name of community voice panels. We went to the community via poll and asked them what their view on the name should be. Anyway, we've settled at this point in time, I believe, on the community voice panels. And this particular report sets out the terms of reference in terms of how those community voice panels will operate. Essentially in a very short and succinct, and possibly not doing it justice, but there will be no more than 10 members on the panel. It will be chaired by the portfolio councillor. The portfolio councillor will provide those minutes to the following meeting of the council and speak to the report. And ultimately it's an opportunity for members of our community to provide advice, suggestions to council via these particular panels. We'll be going to the community seeking expressions of interest, and those panels will be populated via that process. So council, the recommendation, I beg your pardon, is that council resolves to implement a suite of community voice panels to assist the organisation to explore matters of strategy and policy and adopt the terms of reference for the community voice panels as contained within the attachment 1. So before we go any further, councillors, are there any questions in relation to the report? Okay, so we go into debate, so may I have a mover and a seconder then, please? I'll move it, thank you. Councillor Bella, you wish to second, or Councillor Friend? Councillor Friend. Thank you. So I've basically given a summation so far, councillors, so I'll reserve my right for final comment at the end, but Councillor Friend, would you like to comment?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think moving forward in the under transparency and openness with our community, we can take information, we can take ideas, we can gain ideas from this panel, and it's literally bringing the community to the table as never has this happened before. So I'm absolutely pleased with what we're achieving today under our portfolios, taking charge, taking responsibility for all of our portfolios, and really understanding what the community needs will be moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Does anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Does anyone else wish to speak for it? Okay, so in summation, councillors, I think Councillor Friend has encapsulated my feelings on this. I'm particularly excited because I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to engage with our community yet again in a meaningful way. I've worked with these types of panels or committees in previous councils where I've worked, and they've been tremendously successful. And I think, I look forward to the outcomes from these, and I look forward to the reports coming to the table from the various portfolio councillors. So we have a mover and a seconder, councillors. Can I ask for a vote, please? All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you so much. (12:20) councillors. Motions to the Local Government Association of Queensland 2020 Annual Conference. And can I also recognise the hard work that Councillor Hutton has put into this particular report and thank him for his efforts. And councillors, we have a fairly lengthy recommendation there, which I won't go through. I'll take that as read. And essentially ask if there's any questions around the report, please.
If I may, Mr Mayor, just so for clarification for councillors as well. If you look at the recommendation, we've deliberately used the word generally in accordance with the following around the wording to give some wriggle room for councillors, so that ultimately, if you're comfortable with the intent, then we can do some polish if need be or refinement, and then submit it, and we're still consistent with the resolution. So we don't normally, unless we're talking about planning conditions, use the word generally in accordance, but we've used that here just to give us a little bit of flexibility in how we go about it, so that the focus today can be on the intent and not having to do wordsmithing.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. So, councillors, are there any comments? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just picking up on what the acting CEO's mentioned there. I had a secondary motion in relation to fire issues that whilst I missed the cut-off date, I think there was an acknowledgement that it was going to be included, and I handed it over this morning, I thought, to Amanda, who was going to send it to Brett, but it didn't quite get there. Either way, I'm hoping that additional motion will be acceptable to be included in this list. Yes.
Okay, yes, I
Yep.
got that one.
And just, I guess, for the benefit of the members, if you'd like, I could read that out. And it relates into consultation I had with the Rural Fire Service. Is that it up there? There we go. Yep, okay. That's the motion there. Just to do with traffic management and roadside burns.
So what's the essence of the recommendation, councillor?
Well, essentially, it's to place higher authority on the Rural Fire Service to determine when they want to do roadside burns on main roads corridors, and to request that traffic management also be provided to assist them in that process. And I know that Councillor Mather would be right across this, and importantly for me, this comes directly from the Rural Fire Service themselves. So they've made it clear that they certainly endorse both of these motions in relation to the fires.
So, for the benefit of the community of coming in via live stream, the issue here is that during a fire event, the Rural Fire Service obviously can be charged with burning roadside areas and roadside verges, but part of the requirement on them is to have traffic control, and that's not within their budget. And so ultimately it's to another agency or perhaps council to fund the cost of the road safety personnel and the traffic control people. So the issue then becomes, well, who pays for it? And I believe, Councillor Bello, that's the crux of what you're proposing here.
Yeah, certainly, and importantly that the timing of those corridor roadside burns would be determined by the Rural Fire Services, not as opposed to it happening at 2 o'clock and 2 a.m. on a Saturday night when they're all tucked up in bed. They want to be able to do it at their convenience more so. And I think Dave Massafari would probably agree with the intent, wherever Dave is. Right, there he is. So whether Dave wanted to comment in relation to these at all, more than welcome those comments.
Mr. Mazzafaro, you want to address the council on that one, perhaps? Thank you for that. So, councillors, are you agreeable to including this particular motion to the LGAQ conference onto the list? I'm getting nods, all right. So This one will be included on the list. So Amanda, that'll be number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors.
So in recognition that this will be wordsmithed further, councillors, any other questions or comments in relation to the motions to the LGAQ conference?
Should we specify the TMR in relation to main roads or all roads? Because we've got the bulk of the roads out there, and TMR would not like to be responsible for those. Because
Councillor Mather, the way I would read and interpret that is that only applies to roadside corridors which are under the control of Department of Transport and Main Roads.
Yes, yes.
So essentially the outcome of this, councillor, would be that if this gets up at the LGAQ conference, they would lobby TMR to do this.
So you have to, put it to the minister.
If I could say through you, Mr. Chair, just Councillor Mather, I guess, on those council roads, ultimately council should be and hopefully would be undertaking their hazard reduction in whatever capacity, whether it's slashing, whether it's cool burns or whatever. So as the manager of those road corridors, would that be correct, Mr. CEO? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just as a question that we might need to ponder a little bit. For the council roadsides, if they decide it's in the best interest for that road that it be burned, and it does require traffic control, and the council has to pay, should it be through the levy of that brigade, or should it be through a fund that we have for that purpose? We need to know so we can identify that it is there. Because, I mean, you and I have been through this, Councillor Bello, with the fireys, and time again, and it's frustrating and it's angering to the volunteers who have to just try and squeeze some sort of commitment out of the authorities. And they're doing it on our behalf and they just can't seem to make headway. So this is most important, but the question is, our roads need our supervision and approval where they deem it need to be burnt, but where does that money come from?
Councillor Mather, my understanding is that the fire levy doesn't incorporate the cost of this, so it will be ultimately council's responsibility, and it would come from council's budget.
If I could through you, Mr. Chair, well, if we take our minds back to the previous or the motion in relation to the dot points that we're allocating the funding to, there was a provision there for, I think it was 430,000 or thereabouts, which would consist of the position that Lindy Scott, the fire officer, that gets extended for 2 years, and the balance of that is going to be directed towards fire mitigation, fuel reduction. So that's the encouraging outcome of even approving that resolution. There is a monetary amount that will go towards fuel mitigation, and as we prioritise as a council with our budgets each year, we may choose to believe that we can increase that or decrease it, whatever the case may be, but that's the step that we've taken this year. I believe Dave Massafari, if he could confirm that, that would be great.
Yes. And Mr. Mayor, whatever's left over from that needs to be added on to and kept as an item for the following year and thereafter, so that we know it's always there if we need it. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends whether it's operational revenue. It may not be able to be carried forward, councillor, on a technical matter.
Well, I know that they've got $50,000 for land resumption if needed. And I'm thinking that same could be used for, because there will be burning of some kind on an annual basis, but it'll always be there if required. A little bit like...
It's one of those strange accounting things as far as local government goes. If it's part of operational revenue, which I'm assuming it would be, then it's not capital revenue, then it won't be able to be carried forward.
The important thing through you, Mr. Chair, is we spend it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, there we go.
All right, councillors, so we have the recommendation in front of us. We have a mover and a seconder. Can we just reflect on who the mover and the seconder is again, please, Amanda? Oh, we don't. All right. Okay, moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bellow. All in favour? Thank you very much. (13.1) Notice of motion from Councillor Mather celebrating Livingstone Shire birthday. Councillors, the recommendation here is that in recognition of Livingstone Shire's 117th birthday as a shire in Queensland on the 8th of August, Council commenced preparations to celebrate this occasion on its designated public holiday, being Friday the 14th of August, nominated by the Minister. And that these celebrations be in line with all other major events in the past and provision be made to assist residents from the far northern communities who wish to attend. And further, a committee be formed with the relevant stakeholders to maximise exposure for the event and identify opportunities, entertainment and festivities worthy of this celebration. So before we go to a move and a seconder and a debate, councillors, any questions in relation to this?
The only question being in regards to, do we need to provide some sort of budgetary amount attached to this, because there will be an operational cost if we're assisting with residents to attend and the event itself, whatever form it takes.
Councillor Mather. Put your microphone on, please.
Sorry. When I wrote this was a couple of months ago, and I spoke with the tourism minister over there at the time. There was a question of what could we do? Could we do anything given COVID's out there? Okay. Look, I'm very happy if anybody would like to amend anything on this notice. Otherwise, I'd move it, because I don't want to make it a motion, Mr. Chairman, just yet. But I just want members to know that they can amend it if they feel the need, if they see merit in what we're doing here, because it relates directly to the security of the suburbs that the neighbouring council wants to acquire. So that's why we need to recognise how old we are, because we are still one shire, one people, all of the people, even the suburbs, and this relates directly to them, because we want people to know that we're proud of our shire, all of it. And that's why I feel that we needed to identify how old we are. We're of age, and we want to secure all of our land, including those southern portions. So that was the reason behind this, Mr. Mayor. And we may not be able to do very much. It might be basically having a barbecue on the beachfront, or having a band. I don't know how COVID would allow us to do some of those things, but it's something that we don't have a lot of time to consider. But I believe it's imperative that we do highlight it, advertise it, whatever small capacity we have.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other comments, councillors, or questions? I have to admit, Councillor Eastwood, my mind went to the same place as Councillor Hutton's. That's in terms of a budgetary allocation. Councillor Eastwood?
Just a question in relation to how this lines up with the northern suburbs. Is that on a historical point of view, or?
Would you like to answer that one, Mr. Mayor?
I think where Councillor Mather's coming from, Councillor Eastwood, is that it just would be an opportunity for us to, I suppose, express to the members of the residents of those particular suburbs that they are part of Livingstone. We do value them. That as part of our birthday celebrations, they're obviously included, and that it's about relationship, or continuing to build those relationships, and to make sure that they feel as though they're valued and wanted. How did I go, Councillor Mather?
I think you did pretty well, Mr Mayor. And it's really to also send a message to our neighbouring councillors that we identify this as ours. It has always been ours and it will always be ours as far as we're concerned. It may have been transferred for a short period of time, but we all came back and that's where we're staying. It's never belonged to them, really. It's ours and we're going to keep it.
All right, councillors, take direction from the floor. Do you want to put a budgetary allocation against this?
Mr Mayor, if we haven't allocated anything in the budget, I know we haven't, it would mean a bus ride. If you wanted to leave that out because the budget has been basically concluded, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I'd be happy to go and pick up the ones who want to come down anyway, if there's only a few of them.
There's still going to be a cost involved, though, councillor, that will have to be paid for from somewhere.
Oh, well, I'd pay for it.
No, you won't.
If I was picking them up myself, I would.
No, I'm talking about food or whatever festivities or whatever music is around it, those sort of things. Yeah.
Yes. Or a band or something.
That's right. So, councillors, I'm entertaining any kind of...
Oh, just a question, if I could, just in relation to what limitations do we believe there would be with the COVID? Are we able to factor that in? It's only that the resolution there saying be in line with all other major events in the past. Whilst I'm supportive of some sort of a birthday celebration, are we perhaps needing some clearer guidelines on what is probably believed that could happen, and therefore that would influence the likely cost of the party? It's probably looking for advice.
It would have been good to get some input from the officers on this one in terms of COVID, in terms of potential budget allocations.
Through you, Mr Chairman and Mr CEO, we have engagement and events management here. If they might be able to enter into this.
What would the ladies like to take the table? Well, there's a number of issues here, Councillor Mather, and whereas I applaud the sentiment, there's some things to work through, I guess. Ladies, from your perspective in terms of getting a birthday celebration up and going of this nature, one, what are our requirements in terms of COVID? And I think I know what they are. Secondly, the degree of effort and work required and what sort of costs we're likely to be incurring. And I guess that's a fairly difficult question to answer because we haven't defined exactly what we're doing. So can I just maybe go over to you and just ask for some comments? Thanks.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So at the moment, COVID restrictions are still in place, so we are only allowed up to 100 people at a gathering, so we would be restricted. Social distancing rules are still applying, so that would mean a lot of logistical operational obstacles for us to overcome in the short term as a council to run an event of this nature. And obviously, depending on where we do run it to, I know a venue was discussed about the foreshore option. So an outdoor event obviously is harder to restrict people coming into it than an indoor venue. So lots of things to consider around that as well. As far as costings go for an event, I know it hasn't been scoped up, but if we're looking at, food, music, and entertainment, you're looking at a minimum of $10,000 to $15,000 for an event. So, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Mather through the Mayor. The other option is a digital campaign, of course. I mean, we can still celebrate that it is our birthday, so that doesn't cost us anything. So as Megan said, to do an event of any scale, of course, there's lots of risks around as well. So, yeah, it's not saying don't have a celebration as such. The first event that we're celebrating is Wellness on the Coast, which is in October, which is council organised. As a lot of you know, the Village Fest are looking at an event in August, and of course we're supporting that. We're also supporting Pine Fest in October. So there are events starting to come back, I guess slowly, to be honest. Yeah.
appreciate a good idea, Mr Mayor, doing it digital. Even if we had one sponge cake on the beachfront and all the councillors stood around it and we photographed that as being a mere recognition. I mean, it doesn't have to be major. Just some sort of tacit acceptance that this is where we are and this is what we're celebrating.
I agreed, Councillor Mather. The difficulty here is the time frame. In trying to organise something within, what essentially that's about 3 weeks. It's a big ask of the officers to organise something like that, and with an unknown cost, $10,000 to $15,000, that's not in our budget, as you well know. So clearly, I mean, if we can do something significant and worthy through a digital campaign, I guess I'm asking the table whether they're actually supportive of that. Councillor Lynch?
Yeah, through the Mayor to Councillor Mather, my concerns always was with COVID, and you cannot have gatherings over 100 people. But I would gladly have a sponge cake on the beachfront with you to celebrate. I would gladly do that. You are so passionate about this. I will gladly come along and share that sponge cake with you.
Any other comments? Councillor Hutton?
Yes, when we've previously spoken about this, and I know that only informally we've had some conversation around capacity, budget, etc. My suggestion at the time, and I'm not sure if councillors had a chance to consider it, is rather than bringing us all together in the one place, as opposed to actually council for a minimal budget is able to provide some sort of cake in community. So finding a community champion in Stanage Bay who could host a morning tea or a celebration cake, having someone who's at Keppel Sands or having someone at Corallan, while it doesn't achieve that aspiration of bringing everyone all together for a relatively low cost, you're still bringing everyone together digitally, and you could even, ask them to send in their photos from the day, send in the hashtag, whatever's, so that it can be culminated as a reflection of how we all celebrated Livingstone's birthday together, but at the same time reduce the COVID concerns, as well as allowing for people to remain local and reduce travel times and costs, etc., etc. If that was an alternate that might be considered as
a worthy suggestion, Councillor Hutton.
Maybe Councillor Hutton would like to be the champion for the cake.
I do make a good sponge, but only when Collingwood's playing Essendon.
Okay,
sorry,
that one went
Mr.
over
Mayor.
my head.
We could, Mr Mayor, we could have a cake for each of the communities for that matter, and they can bring their own photos. I mean, I don't have a problem. They're all ideas that I'm flagging out there that you might like to be involved with.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it is 500. In an outside area. So there's still lots of regulations and stipulations, and the time frame is totally really tight. The other thing is we could do exactly, I guess, as Councillor Hutton and Mather were alluding to, people from across the Shire. I mean, it might be someone else's birthday on that day or that week or whatever. So maybe it could be just anyone having a birthday in that week could put a picture on social media. We've done, as you know, the COVID creations competition, the Trasher Hunt. We are trying to drive people to that Get Involved platform to encourage people to share photos, whether it's through that or whether it's just through social media as well. So I honestly believe there are definitely options, but not a large-scale event.
We might put our heads together in the meantime. We've got a week to make a cake.
Well, Councillor, you've got a notion,
Yes.
notice of motion here. Did you want to pursue that, or did you want to withdraw it and we just work on something in the background?
Mr Mayor, I'd be willing to withdraw it at this time because it would take too much amendment to come up with what we just talked about. And I think I could work with all of you and the girls to come up with something that's going to be suitable for the occasion.
So you're going to move
I'll
this?
officially withdraw that.
You officially
notice of
withdraw it?
motion.
Do we need a move in a second, Mr Reckinsea? No. Okay.
Just that it be noted that I withdrew.
All right.
Sorry, just prior to Councillor Mather withdrawing, if she withdraws it, will that limit the capacity for council recognising that budgets are quite tight and etc., etc.? Will there be any capacity in terms of if it's buying a cake for each community, is there going to be money for that, or should we really even be not so much maybe withdrawing her motion, but with reducing it down to setting aside some funds or setting an amount so that there's some capacity for the organisation to enact whatever creative idea that comes up.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just a bit worried about buying cakes for community, as in for us just to take it and leave it in a community. I think we should encourage the community to submit their own cakes. I know it sounds bizarre, but I know you, even at schools, you can't take in a whole cake. You have to take 24 single cakes or things like that. So I think we just still have to be careful of obviously regular health conditions anyway. But more than happy to take direction for this room. There's no reason we can't bring a cake to the next council meeting.
No, thanks, Trish. And I guess I was wondering in terms of Councillor Hutton's suggestion about the logistics around that, because if you, for example, send a cake to Glenlee, Glendale, where's it going to go? Who's going to be custodian of that and receive it and organise the meeting and all the rest of it? I mean, the concept is great, but I just sort of think the logistics around it are difficult. So, Councillor Mather, just wondering if you'd be satisfied if we just have a cake, and that then basically reduces.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be more than happy to have a cake.
Goodo, thank you. So we probably spent. It's a very expensive cake with the amount of time we spend on this.
But let me tell you, I will get what you want, but it won't be at the cost of the council.
All right, so you're still happy to withdraw your motion,
Yes,
Councillor Mather?
Thank you.
All right.
Formally withdraw.
Councillor Hutton, you're satisfied with that? Yep, cool, righto.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just lastly, we have noted it though for 3 years' time for the 120 celebration to potentially look at a more significant event in 3 years' time.
As long as we're still intact with those suburbs.
We will be.
All right, so we'll move on, councillors. We're on to 13.2. A notice of motion from Councillor Hutton. Thank you, ladies. A notice of motion from Councillor Hutton providing a Livingstone position on the Australian Local Government Association and Local Government Association of Queensland motions. So the recommendation here, councillors, is that council provide for the business papers of the Australian Local Government Association, or the LGAQ, Local Government Association of Queensland, to be presented at formal meetings of council prior to the annual state and national local government conferences. Secondly, that formal positions of Livingstone be considered at council meetings prior to conference attendance. And thirdly, the resolutions papers or paper of each conference to be communicated to the community. So before I go to formal debate on this one, councillors, any questions?
Just one, Mr. Mayor, to the council or through you. Number 3, the resolution paper of each conference to be communicated to the community. Is that prior to debate at the conference or subsequent to the conference?
The resolution paper is the one that says what was voted up or down. So it's providing that feedback loop to the community to say, hey, this was what was going to be talked about, this was what Livingstone position was, and then this is what the outcome was.
So you won't be able to do that until the conference is over to give that historical event. Correct. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillor?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hutton. Number 2, formal positions of Livingstone to be considered at council meetings prior to conference attendance. Is that when we're discussing how we're going to vote as a whole? Yes, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it basically is what's the Livingstone representative's view. So, you may be asked the question on belief around climate change, around light rail, whatever. What's Livingstone's position going to be? So therefore, we've got a Livingstone perspective that it doesn't matter who goes or who's there, but that the community has got that transparency and accountability is around what we're thinking and what we're going to be supporting when we're there.
Thank you for your indulgence, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. Is there any legislation or any legalities in relation to any of this motion?
No is the short answer. No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do other councils do this at the moment?
Yes, there are some examples of councils from outside our state who do this. Generally, the challenge is always around the timing, and I acknowledge that timing is a challenge in itself for us. But the benefit, I believe, means that I think that Livingstone could be progressive and could advance this agenda in providing information and to our community, but happy to debate that. But yes, there are some, but not that I'm aware of in Queensland.
All right, so we have, in the absence of any further questions, Councillor Hutton moving, Councillor Mather seconding. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In representing Livingstone at state and national conferences, individual councillors, both previously and into the future, are going to be asked to provide a Livingstone view on a wide variety of issues and items. To inform this view, I believe that there should be an opportunity for a debate on the various motions, and that this would be beneficial and provide transparency of the formal positions being taken by councillors on the community of Livingstone's behalf. In seeking to adopt this governance reform, I seek to provide greater transparency in the decision-making process used, provide informed, representative, democratic representation of our Shire, and demonstrate good governance of and by the local government. Further to my mind, it engages our community as to what the issues of the local government sector are across Queensland or across Australia, and it gives them a sense of what the Livingstone view of matters are at local, state or national significance. I would encourage all Livingstone councillors to consider how we can provide transparency in the process of decision making and take our community on a journey to create collective positions and collective understandings. Councillors, in my first iteration of this, there were actually some more steps around talking about community engagement and around how we might be able to use Facebook polls and other things to get community feedback on those various motions, but recognising that there is always going to be the tyranny of time and the challenges with distance. I didn't want to create a burden that was so cumbersome that we could never overcome. For me, this is a first step, I feel, in providing that level of buy-in from the community, as opposed to just, you come back from a conference and they go, there was a conference about should Australia Day stay or move? How did you vote? And then you find out that the two councillors who attended voted differently. So was there a consensus view or a view taken on behalf of council and the community? I'm not sure. So by doing this, in an imperfect form, I'm hoping that we can actually provide some connection to our community, but also the collective insights of our council to the votes that we're taking on behalf of our community at these conferences, both at a state and federal level.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Would anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Councillor Mather, do you want to speak for it?
You've got the ability to say there and then that you don't want to record your vote against. That puts you in the clear. But you're at the mercy of your the delegates at that conference once they leave town acting on your behalf. True story.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, so any other comments from the councillors before we put this to the vote? So we've got Councillor Hutton moving, Councillor Mather seconding.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'd like to comment on it. Having attended the both the local government conference and the national government conference of state government, of local government, sorry, it's there's a lot of pressure put on an individual councillor to make a decision and come up with what they believe might be the voice of their council. And I don't think that we can ever assume that we know that and what it is. And I think that this is a really good motion, and it would be, I think it will make the councillors feel more comfortable that they are representing the true voice of not only the people but of their council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. In the absence of any further questions or commentary, I'll put it to the vote. So all in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, Councillor. So moving on to 13.3, a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to placemaking beach signs. And the recommendation here is that Council request designs and costings for placemaking beach signage to allow consideration of this as part of the 21-22 budget. And secondly, request community engagement to determine favoured styles and the priority of beach signage to the community. So before we go again to the debate process, councillors, are there any questions of Councillor Hutton on this one?
Mr Mayor, I didn't know that we had some signs that were in the making to be, maybe the councillor can tell us what triggered this, because normally...
I think it's more in generic terms, Councillor Hutton, as to what we could be producing in the future.
I'd like to have a look at what we put up for boundary signs too. But this will go hand in hand with that, because we need to know what they cost, but boundary signs have got to go up anyway. Beach signs have got to go up anyway, if it's going to prevent somebody from getting a ticket. But as far as class goes, design, I think that's a good idea.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Hutton, are these directional signs? So, say for example, in 500 metres, you'll arrive at Kemp Beach, you'll arrive at Lammermoor Beach. Is that what you're going with?
I was thinking more along the lines of when you get to Lioness Park at Lammermoor Beach, there's nothing there that tells you that you're at Lammermoor Beach. And so for the community, if you're directing them to say, hey, oh, no, there's a beautiful headland where you can go have a barbecue, or you can go down to Lammermoor Beach, or you want to direct them down to Kemp Beach, there's very limited signage attached to it. Now, some beaches do have the Livingstone traditional, it's like a pole and it's in blue and it's got in writing in yellow. But if we had something that was quite pretty and quite significant, so that for our tourists and locals alike, you know, we can have people who have been in an area for years but have gone to this beach and never known what it was called, and you go, oh, well, actually, we're talking about the same one, but they don't quite get it. So it's much more about designation signing as opposed to probably directional signage.
Through you, Mr Chairman, back to Councillor Hutton. Also, you could incorporate your passion to have a Darumbal language signs there saying this is Kemp Beach, this is the word in Darumbal, this is etc. Yep, I'm with you. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Hutton. When I read this, I was kind of envisaging more of, say, okay, for example, Kemp Beach. Some people surf there when it's windy. Directional sign with maybe a little wave or something. Same with Farnborough Beach, or even the Outriggers, or whatever that beach might be popular for. Because I do know that our tourists particularly come to this town and don't know where to go you know, for a particular activity, and that would be very, very helpful. That was actually a question to you rather than a statement, actually.
Sounds good, Councillor Eastwood.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Hutton. Wonderful idea. I love it. Do you have a visual in your mind? Are you thinking something quite large, colourful, stands out? Because I think that's something that would be really important in this Shire. The sign stands out, quite large, quite colourful. Could be a great point of reference for people to go to.
Generally, I feel there is a lack of signage to give people a sense of destination throughout the Shire. I'm not a visual artist myself, so I can't quite tell you what it looks like, and that's hence why, you know, doing some community engagement around what does the community look like. I went and had a look online at some of the stuff that you see down on the Gold Coast with their beaches, that they have a pretty consistent theming of their destination signing. Some of the beaches down in northern New South Wales have got some really cool things where they use mosaics and all sorts of stuff. I don't know what suits us, our climate, and also the conditions on the coast, but I just feel if we can consider it and, you know, take the community on that journey and don't try and rush into it and promise it for tomorrow, but as I've said, look at designs and costings for the budget next year. It gives us a chance to actually go through that process with the community, see what it looks like, see what suggestions like Councillor Eastwood's around putting in additional information signage that supports users of those sites. The outcome's definitely going to be a good one, and it means that if we're truly, you know, a tourism economy or a tourism town or tourism shire, that we're providing more information to help inform our tourists and new locals, because we know our population's continuing to grow.
All right. In the absence of further questions, Councillor Hutton, you're, I'm assuming, moving this, and can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood. All right, so Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Very quickly, Mr. Mayor. So for much of our Shire, the coast is a lifestyle element, and we know that we have the second longest coastline in Queensland. Our beaches provide livability and opportunities for celebration and for tourism. As experienced by people at the Tourism Information Centre and just locals from the caravan parks, etc., it can be quite challenging to direct residents and tourists to these locations. FB7 doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people unless you know that what FB7 stands for in terms of the beach site. So these beautiful natural assets of our community could be further celebrated through a high level of signage, just as Councillor Mather seeks with the signage for our communities and boundaries of our Shire. It allows easing of access in terms of direction, but also provides a sense of place for locals and visitors alike. We've got the benefit of our placemaking working group, along with the fantastic Russell Klaus in his role. So I feel like we've got some key parts there that can go with community engagement into helping produce something that will be quite spectacular, quite special, but also is achievable both in the short term for our community.
Thank you, Councillor. Is anyone wishing to speak against the recommendation? Anyone wishing to speak for it? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to, I guess, refresh on what I said before. I've often come across tourists that don't know where to go, don't know where locations are, and I know in other localities, you know, like, and obviously, I mean, being a surfer, you go to a new place and you want to know where to go, and I've found that you'd often have a little map, or you'd have sign locations with a picture of a wave or whatever that would actually take you to that spot. And a good example here would be Bangalee Beach, for example. You could have something there with a picture, you know, and directions at 7 kilometres up the beach or whatever. There'd be waves. I think that we missed the mark here with a lot of things like that, and we've got a lot to offer that people don't even know about, even our locals don't know about. So I think this is a really good, it's just a really good start to something that is going to help us in our tourism industry as well as our locals find their spot. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments, councillors. Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, coming from a tourism perspective, I think this is such a wonderful idea. I'm getting all visions in my head now, thinking when people drive into town, we can have a big, beautiful, bright sign, and that correlates with every other sign that gives us beach access. So I'd really like to be part of and listen to what the officers may come up with design. I think it's a wonderful idea for the Shire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. It is in your portfolio, so you will be a key part of that. All right, councillors. So in the absence of any further comments, I'll put this to the vote. We've got a mover and a seconder. So all in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, so we're on to 13.4 now, councillors. Notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to special meetings of council. And the recommendation is that council adopt the following addendum to the meeting procedures policy, section 2.3, special meetings. 2.3.3, where a special meeting of council is called, oral or written consent of all councillors is to be provided to the Chief Executive Officer to deem impracticable the provision of 2 days' notice of a meeting, unless a leave of absence has previously been approved for an individual councillor. So before I open this one up to questions, I had one. Councillor Hutton, I'm just a little bit confused by the wording there. What are you actually getting at?
What I'm seeking to achieve through this addendum to our meeting procedures policy is a place where, if we need to have a special meeting of council, our policy clearly states that the intent is to have 2 days' notice, but where it's impossible to have that 2 days' notice because of an urgency or an urgent need to address it, that all councillors orally provide written or oral consent to that decision prior to the special meeting being called, or in advance of that special meeting, so that we know that all councillors are able to attend, that they're going to be on site, and that unless they've got a leave of absence, in which case we already know they're going to be away anyway, we can ensure that the democratic imperative of having everyone there is achieved.
All right, councillors, any questions or comments of Councillor Hutton, please, on this one? Councillor Reef.
My question would be, surely we don't need every councillor there, we only need a quorum. Yeah. If all councillors can't attend, are you suggesting that we don't have the meeting?
No, not at all. Simply that they've given oral or written consent to the CO.
Councillor Friend.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hutton, and I'm just trying to work this out, and I did read it a number of times. So under the Department of Local Government, Racing and Multicultural Affairs, it's legislated to be 2 days' notice. And I do agree with Councillor Eastwood in saying that if not all councillors can make it, then as long as there's quorum there, it can go ahead. So could you just clarify again to me the fact that if there's that 2 days' notice, we send an email to the acting CEO and say we're unable to make it, we're working or we're busy or we have other appointments on that day or what have you. Is that where you're coming from?
So what I'm seeking to achieve here is that where we can't provide for that 2 days' notice, so if in 2 days' notice, if councillors are still unable to attend, which would be the normal practice, then I think that's enough time for councillors individually or collectively to either make themselves available or to provide an apology to the CEO saying that they're unable to attend. Where a special meeting of council can be called, and under our policy, it literally could be instantaneous, that we could choose at the end of this meeting, with 4 of us in the room, we can request it of the CEO and say that it's deemed to be necessary to hold it now. We don't actually need to contact or have any communication with the other councillors and beyond, as long as we've informed them that the meeting's to occur. And that meeting could occur within the minute of you deciding that. Now, while it's not good governance, and I don't believe that that would be the action of our council, I think it's really important that our aspiration is for maximum attendance, which is where 2 days' notice is always useful, but where something does need to be decided in a shorter period than that 2 days, I would argue, and I guess I'm veering on debate, so I apologise for that. it's imperative that all councillors have the capacity, if they've got the capacity to attend, do attend, and the best way to achieve that is by actually getting their consent to holding the meeting with less than 2 days' notice. So by this, you're actually getting buy-in from the councillors or an acceptance from the councillor that they won't be able to attend.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this is very much what happened with the show holiday this year and the COVID restrictions and moving forward for the community so that we could maximise the show day off for those in business and also for tourism, and that then there would be less COVID restrictions. And that actually did happen. That meeting was called in the morning, and I do remember having to write in and say, yes, I will be there. I think that it's already happening, and I'm just a little bit still little bit confused as to why this needs to be placed in a notice of motion when it is already happening. Certainly with those very special meetings that it can be called in a minute, you know, obviously some councillors won't be able to make it, and we've already resolved that that they won't be included in that whoever's there and they pass the resolution, it will be unanimous without them. So I'm kind of still unsure about this one, that's all. Maybe you can give me some more information.
The show holiday is a really good case study. So it's a case study where a conversation occurred around having a meeting on a Monday to deal with a matter. A decision was made on a Friday with 3.5 hours notice that the meeting was changing to being on the Friday afternoon. That notice was that the meeting is going to be held at 3:30 or whatever the time was on that day. I believe that what should occur in future occasions is that councillors should be individually contacted and saying, hey, our aspiration is we feel the need to deal with this item today, we can't wait. Are you available? Do you consent to a meeting being held today? So that if a councillor feels very passionately on, no matter what the issue is, that they can attend and that they're not disadvantaged by short notice for a meeting.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, if I could ask another question. So in the event that a number of councillors rejected attending that meeting for whatever reason, is a suggestion that the meeting doesn't take place until all councillors are able to attend, or in the event that there's a quorum that can attend, which would facilitate the decision to be made, would this override that, and therefore now it would be the total number of councillors needing to be there and responding, yes, we will be there, and that's only when the meeting takes place? Okay.
So there'd be two alternates to that. The first is that obviously with 2 days notice you can have a meeting and whatever the quorum is, if the quorum arrives, the quorum attends. If you're seeking to do it with less than 2 days notice, you should be negotiating with the councillors to ensure maximum attendance. And if a councillor legitimately is unable to attend because they've got a leave of absence or they simply know that they're not going to be able to get there, well, surely they'll provide their consent to say, hey, I can't attend, but the meeting will have to go on without me. Or maybe it's that they organise to be able to do it via phone attendance, which is under our standing orders. We've got the provision for that. But what I'm looking for is to ensure... Oh, sorry, I haven't answered your question. I was just going to...
Just so I'm perfectly clear, though, before we go into debate, so currently providing a quorum is able, then a meeting can take place. Or providing a quorum is present, a meeting can take place. And I think under our meeting procedures, it's 3 signatures or the mayor are enough to trigger that. And then providing a quorum is there, a decision can be made. But what this goes to the extent that all councillors are at least, they're already invited, all councillors currently, but you're calling for all councillors to respond say, yes, we will have the meeting, and then the meeting takes place. And in the event, if there is a couple of those councillors that can't attend, but you've still got a quorum, you're suggesting that it still takes place?
I'm suggesting that all councillors are afforded the opportunity to democratically participate by negotiating the time of the meeting to arrange for participation, so that it can't take place if a councillor, without 2 days' notice, if a councillor is unable to attend the meeting and isn't willing to give their consent to a meeting taking place excluding them, then that meeting would not be able to take place under this amendment.
Now I'm confused. The standing orders state 2 days. It's not working days, is it, Mr. CEO? It's just 2 days. Special meetings aren't called for no reason. They're usually called because they're urgent. It does give people the opportunity to attend. And in fact, it wouldn't be special unless it was urgent. Either the CEO or 2 councillors, isn't it right, Mr. CEO? Three councillors? 3 councillors. So the Mayor can call it a special meeting without any reference to a councillor, or 3 councillors can call a meeting in his absence. This is supposed to be, if we're here for the right reasons, our primary job. We have to be available. Simple as that. And it's not any slight at all. If somebody's on leave and something urgent comes up, we proceed without them. And those who are not on leave, I would expect would attend. They've got 2 days' notice. I don't see what's wrong with the status quo. Unless I can
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that's what Councillor Hutton's actually speaking about. He's talking about a meeting such as a show day holiday meeting, which was called on the same day. And is that right? Is that a good example?
Great example.
And for example, like Councillor Hutton might be in class, I might be up the beach running a surf lesson, and if you have insignificant time, you might have a number of councillors, and it wasn't in that case, but you might have a number of councillors get together to and with maybe a singular point of view, and they could basically stack the meeting, if you know what I mean. So I can see where Councillor Hutton is actually coming from here, in that councillors need to be given every opportunity. So if you call a meeting with 3 or 4 hours to go, and there's 2 or 3 councillors that just can't go, it would be really good if they were actually at least informed before you actually held the meeting, so that they could attend. Does that make sense?
Can I just clarify?
So I just understand what you're saying, Councillor Eastwood. And yes, I mean, every councillor should be given or afforded the opportunity to attend a meeting, particularly a special meeting, and they're never called lightly in my experience. I guess the issue I have with this is if one particular councillor, if he or she is unable to attend and doesn't agree to that meeting occurring, and it doesn't occur, I have a problem with that. I have a real problem with that.
The other point I wanted to make is it would be inaccurate to say that a special meeting would be called and not all councillors would be officially invited. That would be a form of process and governance that has to occur, because you can't put an apology into a meeting that you didn't get invited to go to. So I'm probably looking to the CEO for confirmation that any special meeting that was called, that all councillors would be afforded an invitation, whether it be email, text message, smoke signals, whatever it took. You know, it was practically possible to let the councillors know that a special meeting was going to occur at 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon.
Smoke signals is probably a bridge too far, Councillor, but yes, there is requirement in our procedures for the acting or the CEO to give notice to councillors of that meeting.
I didn't know where that, through you, Mr. Mayor, I didn't know where your question was coming from, Councillor Bello, because it is the CEO's job to administer that request, either from the CEO, from the Mayor, or the 3 councillors. If the CEO thought it was inappropriate and there was going to be a stacking taking place, he has the right to refuse it. He would have good reason, I'm sure, but he has the right to refuse it. But he would be required by law to notify all councillors that the meeting has been proposed, and he agrees with it.
Yes, if you look at 2.3, section 2.3 of our meeting procedure policy, it says the Chief Executive Officer may call a special meeting of council if a special meeting is required by resolution, a written request is received, or the Chief Executive Officer determines it's in the interests of council. So I guess it does say may, which is implies discretionary, but it would be an interesting test case, I would suggest, for a CEO to probably say no. It would be a career limiting move, I'm guessing.
Councillors, can we come back to the recommendation then from Councillor Hutton? So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. We have a seconder for this one. Okay, Councillor Bello. All right. So Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In seeking best practice for Livingstone and upholding the 5 local government principles of Queensland, this addendum provides collective accountability for the necessity of an urgent meeting to occur with haste, and provides transparency in the decision-making process used, ensuring democratic representation, and demonstrates good governance of and by the local government. While it has been an irregular practice for Livingstone to host special meetings without notice, this addendum would ensure collective accountability for the benefit of residents and ratepayers and highlight the democratic imperative for the decision. I would encourage Livingstone Shire to provide further transparency in the process of decision making and enhance our special meeting section of the meeting procedures policy with this addendum.
Okay, is anyone prepared to speak against the motion? Councillor Mather.
I understand where the councillor is coming from. I think it's superfluous. The CEO has the discretion with the right approach, the right form, the right request, either from the mayor or through councillors, to call a special meeting that he deems necessary for the good governance of the council. If he didn't think it was in the interest of the council to call a special meeting, then he would say so, and he'd have good reason, because he'd have to lean on that if anybody questioned his reasons for doing so. I don't see why we should have any more than what we already have at the moment, because it clearly sets out, and they have been debated and debated and debated many times over by people smarter than me. And they've tossed it around so many times, and this is what they've ended up with. We had it before amalgamation, we had it during amalgamation. We went through it again after the amalgamation, and we've still got it. So it's been tossed around so many times. And we need to keep it clear, and I believe it does satisfy the principles of local government. And I really don't believe that there's anything really more to be said, Mr. Mayor, because it's clear, it's simple, and if a councillor doesn't want to attend, they'd have to have a very good reason why they didn't attend after they were notified.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone else be prepared to speak for the motion? Anyone against the motion? Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, I have to admit I was a little confused by the notice of motion myself. I guess I'm not for it for the reason that I don't know what the future holds, and I don't know what's going to come up around the corner, and there might be times that we have to call a special meeting in very short notice, and I believe as councillors we should be available, we can be available, we have the ability to be available through phone, through any sort of contact, through even if it means I've got to contact my friend to go and get Councillor Friend if she's unavailable on her phone. There are ways that we can be contacted. So for that reason, I say no to this, and purely because I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and I don't know if we will ever have a very special meeting called very quickly. 3 hours probably wasn't maybe enough time, but we made it enough time because we felt that it was important enough to vote on.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone for the motion? Anyone against? Want to speak against the motion? All right, councillors, I'll speak against the motion too. I understand exactly where Councillor Hutton is coming from, but I tend to agree with Councillor Lynch, Councillor Mather, I beg your pardon. We have a process in place at the moment, so we're not violating any legislation by doing things the way we're doing. We're not breaching any codes of conduct, and as I said before, the idea of hosting or holding a special meeting is not one we take lightly. It's normally for a very important reason. And the prospect of a councillor who was unable to attend saying, I don't agree for this meeting to occur, and then the process stops, is unacceptable to me. And on that basis, I cannot support this either. So councillors will go to, in the lack of further conversation, we'll go back to Councillor Hutton to wind up on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And never would I believe, and I hope that no one would take, that I've accused anyone of failing to match an act or breach a code, simply looking for improvement, and as opposed to other means, thought that by taking the time to invest my efforts on how can we improve our meeting procedures policy, as I hopefully have done with all of my notices of motion, it's about improvement and trying to provide a solution focused as opposed to just raising an issue. That's the intention that's provided here. Democracy is a beautiful thing, but it also means that a diversity of views has to be able to be heard, and my only fear is that occasions will arise where, due to something that a negotiated time of additional half an hour means that the difference between a unanimous decision versus a carried decision, but the diversity of views that our community holds being represented, and in trying to manage that and trying to ensure that that diversity of voices that is reflected in the decision that's made at the ballot box in terms of who's elected to all levels of government mean that those voices need to be heard, and this was trying to ensure that provision was enhanced. But I can accept that if it's not the will of this table to make that choice at this time, that we'll find other ways and other means to ensure that the voices of our entire community are heard.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the councillors in saying that no one has ever doubted your integrity or your best intentions and the amount of work you put into this particular report. I guess it is coming down to the democratic process and whether people are prepared to support it. So, councillors, having had the discussion and the debate, I'll put this to the vote. We have a mover and a seconder. So, all in favour of the recommendation? Councillor Hutton. Those against? The motion is lost. Thank you for consideration on that one, councillors. Moving on to 13.6. So this is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to advocacy for Livingstone. I'm sorry, I jumped one, did I? 13.5, beg your pardon. Fastest cursor in the east. This is a notice of motion again from Councillor Hutton in relation to public questions of council. And the recommendation here is that council adopt the following addendum to the meeting procedures policy, creating section 228 public questions of council. First of all, point 1, in each ordinary meeting, 15 minutes time be allotted or allocated to permit members of the public to ask questions of councillors. At the direction of the chairperson, a member of the public may rise, provide their name and ask their question. A member of the public, a question shall be less than 90 seconds in duration, be asked categorically and without argument, and no discussion shall be permitted at the meeting of council in relation to a reply or a refusal to reply to the question. The councillor to whom a question is asked without notice may request that the question be taken on notice without a written answer provided in the minutes of a future meeting. 2. The minutes of the meeting shall record the name of the questioner, the question asked, and the answer. 3. The chairperson may disallow a question which is considered inconsistent with an acceptable request or good order. In such circumstances, a record of the questioner, their question, and the chairperson's ruling shall be kept. 4. For any matter arising from such a question, council may take the following actions. A. Refer the matter to a committee. B. Deal with the matter immediately. C. Place the matter on notice for discussion at a future meeting. And D. Note the question and answer and take no further action. And point 5. Any person asking a question of council shall stand, act and speak with decorum and frame questions in respectful and courteous language. So before we go to the debate process again, councillors, are there any questions of Councillor Hutton on this one? Councillor Mather.
I just need to know where this derived from. If that could be answered, please.
This is derived from our current meeting procedures policy, which talks about public participation in councils and is an extension of that.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton on this one? Councillor?
Yeah, if I could, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hutton, given the changing nature of our meetings and with our online presence now that we have you given any consideration to, I guess, the broadening of the definition of members of the gallery? Is it, and it's, I mean, I certainly don't know the answer, or what are we going to look like in 6-12 months' time with how we run our council meetings, even if COVID was to, diminish even further and we return to some sort of normalcy, or whatever the correct word is. So is there have you given consideration to perhaps the audience being broader than just here? That's probably just a curious thing I had in mind.
Yeah, in some of the research I did, some councils are using like Skype or Zoom or some other device to allow the person to be on the big screen asking their question from home. They pre-record their question and they submit them. Normally they actually have a process where there's a couple of days for them to do that in advance. I considered that might be an opportunity for us, but I also thought that it was a bit of a technological challenge for us at the moment, and recognising that was that challenge, I thought, well, this is a first step, and as I'll probably repeatedly say throughout, with governance reform, it's an intuitive process, and this is not the end product, but rather a first step in increasing public participation by providing this opportunity should council take it up.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton? Okay.
Just one secondary one, if I could, Mr. Chair. In the event that, and it may seem silly to ask, but if there's no one in the chamber, then the 15 minutes would not be needed to be enacted. Or if there's one person in the chamber and they ask one question, it goes for 4 minutes, then we'd move on. It's not a rigid block of 15 minutes that you'd be seeking, or could you just clarify that?
No, so the idea behind the allocation of 15 minutes was just as we do for our deputations. It's not a hard and fast 15 that we give for our deputies, but rather an allocation saying, hey, over the course of our day, this is the allocation. If we have one person who has one question, if we have no questions, well then obviously we just move on to the next item of business as we would for any other.
Okay, so we'll go into the formal debate process on this, Councillor. So, Councillor Hutton, you're moving this one?
Yes, please.
And is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, so Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My intention with this is to further enhance the opportunity for members of the public to participate in council and council's decision-making process. Participation and attendance at council meetings, as we would all be aware, is quite low from members of the public, although, you know, through various parts of today, we've gone from having 3 members of the public online watching to having 8 at one point. We had a bit of a spike, and we were back down at 2 just after we came back from lunch. So while participation is variable, I wanted to provide another opportunity for members of the community to engage with council. Now, council community members have the opportunity to email councillors. Council community members also have the opportunity at public forums to actually have their opportunity to ask questions of council. But it may be that, you know, that they've got some burning desire that they'd like to participate in the council meeting and have their question recorded. And so this provides just another avenue for that participation. Is it without challenges? I don't think it is, which is why I had to take some time in looking at a few different variations of meeting procedure policies to try and make sure that we've got some wording there around the appropriateness of questions, around that this is not just an opportunity for someone to get on their soapbox and to abuse council or to abuse, but to really make this about an outcome-driven focus, which is what I've tried to do through the way that I've worded this addition to our meeting procedure policy. And for those reasons, I'd encourage council to consider how we also currently have under our meeting procedure policy 2.2.7 for public participation through an address to council. This is really an extension to that, and it provides a supplementary avenue for democratic community participation in the process of council, and it links back to the values that we talk about in our community plan of leadership, equity, but also respect. So the respect of being able to provide their question in a public forum and have a public response to it.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. With respect to Councillor Hutton, I commend you for a really wonderful report, and you've done a great job. I'm extremely, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm extremely pleased with what our council has achieved in the name of transparency for the last 3.5 months in office. Never before has Livingstone Shire Council undertaken live streaming of council meetings, and they can be watched again. This is happening. Never in the history of Livingstone Shire Council had there been a public survey offered to all ratepayers in relation to the financial budget, and this has happened. There is not one of us elected to office sitting here at this table today that will not engage with our community who ask us questions and require information. We are approachable, and indeed we welcome all who are in need of our assistance. We have resolved to take no pay rise. We have commenced our relaxed and casual community consultations, once again welcoming the public to speak and engage with us. We welcome deputations to council, and we all listen with intent. We have only just passed a resolution this morning to commence a community voice panel, again, engagement and consultation. The chairperson of the council has always had the ability to allow questions from the gallery. Being a newly elected council through COVID-19 has been very challenging, as we all know. We are social distancing here at the Yeppoon Town Hall and have not had the face-to-face interactions with those wishing to attend the gallery. And I'm sure that after COVID-19 restrictions ease further, Mr. Chairman will offer the gallery participation. Our council has resolved to hold 1 meeting per month, and the agendas now are quite full on these meeting days, and we have become time poor with the extensive content that requires resolution. Whilst these meetings remain monthly meetings, I see no way forward. Moving forward, I would offer that to include this question time, council meetings are reverted to fortnightly, with those questions from the gallery supplied in advance of the meetings by those wishing to attend the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Friend, I beg your pardon. Anyone wishing to speak against the recommendation? Anyone for? Sorry, anyone? Yeah. Against. Councillor Friend was against. So anyone for? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. I recall in a previous term of council asking a member of the gallery would they like to speak, and then having to ask through the appropriate process to allow for that for the councillors to consider whether that person could speak. And yes, it was approved. And I really enjoyed the fact that that member of the gallery, whilst they were a little bit shocked when they were actually given the opportunity to speak, that they were able to speak. So I take into consideration Councillor Friend's concerns around the time, the 15 minutes. I think 15 minutes is something that we could certainly test, and if it seemed to be very problematic, perhaps it could be reduced to 10 minutes or maybe 5. Who knows? But I think it's a small attempt to provide more involvement and engagement. So on that basis of that in itself, I'm comfortable to give it a try. I don't think the consequences of it will be too much of an issue, and I welcome it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else that's wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Mather.
I've done pretty well everything now, even involved in those interactions from the gallery at the time. It was quite a volatile situation back then. 13 councillors, hostile community, factions. And it was a prime opportunity for the chairman to allow people to come into the gallery to ridicule a councillor. I'm not saying that would happen here, and I'm sure it wouldn't happen under this leadership. But I've seen it happen. It caused division. Councillor Friend eloquently highlighted all of the opportunities that our people have to communicate with us. And if we all went out into the public, all these little locations, it doesn't have to be on a set day or a bus trip, do it yourself. Just go and mix and mingle, let them talk to you. They'd love it because it's not regimented, it's voluntarily. They would love it. They've got the opportunity to put in a deputation if they want to talk about something in particular. They've got the opportunity to write to the CEO or the mayor or any one of us with a question, or pick up the phone. We're always there. We've all got 2 phones, or most of us have. They can find us most places, anytime. We are full-time councillors, aren't we? Well, some of us are. Some of us go fishing. But we have people have every opportunity to ask questions. And if there's something specific, they can pick up the phone. It doesn't have to be in a forum like this. Because I would not like to see us return to the bad old days. We won't always be here. There'll be another crew after us at some stage down the track. We can't guarantee what that might bring. But we've got this live streaming now. And people can see for themselves. They're interacting with us as they watch us. I hope you've turned it off at the moment, Mr. Mayor. But they're my reasons, because I've lived through it. And at the time it was a bad era. But it's not to say that that can't happen again. Back in those days, they didn't have the opportunities you've got now. And that's what makes the difference now. We're here, we're open, and we're available to talk to anybody at any time on any subject.
Councillor Eastwood.
I'd like to speak for the motion, Mr. Mayor. I wish I did have the opportunity to do a bit of fishing, but I don't. I do find that this change of emotion or bringing in this, having the public ask us questions, just really does fit in with the local government principles, particularly transparency, and there will be safeguards. I've just read through the safeguards against ridicule, so I think that as councillors we're going to be quite safe in that regard. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it'll bring more people into our meetings. I just think that we need to, you're talking about not interacting, this is real interaction. People listening to us aren't interacting, but if they can come in, listen, ask us a question, I just can only see good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I I think we've pretty much been around the table. Councillor Lynch, would you like to make a comment?
I'm actually in support of this motion as well. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for members of the community to come in. I would like to see some tweaking and formatting of how that will actually work. I wouldn't like to see the same person come in, month out, or fortnightly in and out. There'd have to be some kind of rules and regulations around how that happens. But I think it's a wonderful opportunity. And as much as you may have come from a volatile council, I don't think this is the position we're in now, and we can avoid any volatility moving forward. So happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Hutton, would you like to sum up?
Yes, very quickly, just to reiterate that this is just another avenue for the community to participate. Just as councillors, we have the right to phone the CEO or to email the CEO to ask questions. We also have the right under the standing orders to put questions on notice to the CEO, and multiple avenues to ask questions of the organisation and to get information or to provide opportunities. I respect, and it actually provides great sadness to me to hear of the experience of another councillor in a former council with community participation, and I can only reiterate what I said when I first spoke, that I've tried to, in writing these, ensure that the process is not meant to be one of volatility or one of aggression, but rather one that promotes that participation and that positive engagement between public and government, so that when things so often are out of our control, like local government is the closest to the people because we are at the same markets as them. We're not going off to Brisbane for 2 weeks at a time or to Canberra for a month. We are always going to be out in amongst our community, and this is just another avenue and another opportunity for us to engage. And hopefully, I hope that Councillor Eastwood's right and that we see an avalanche of people coming in. I also accept Councillor Lynch's point of view that we probably don't want to have the same person asking 10 questions one every meeting. But I guess if that one person, if that's their social outing and they get to have a cup of tea with the councillors and feel like they're participating, then maybe that's okay too. And I hope that this can be a positive for us, but recognising that, as with all things, just as if we choose to vote this in today, it will become part of our living policy, which is the meeting procedures, we can just as capably go, hey guys, this is not working, or we need to tweak and amend this to improve it or remove it if we find that it's not achieving the outcomes we want, or the consequences are actually adverse and negative as opposed to the positive ones we're looking for. And with that, I'd commend it to the table.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. We have a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in Councillor Bello. So I'll put it to the vote, councillors. All those in favour of the recommendation? Those against? So the motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We're now up to 13.6, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to advocacy for Livingstone. And the recommendation here is that Council adopt an advocacy for Livingstone policy and undertake to create election advocacy briefs for both federal and state elections on behalf of our communities. So before we go to the normal debate process, councillors, are there any questions on this one for Councillor Hutton?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Hutton, on page 448, number B, could you just state what create election advocacy briefs prior to each state and federal election with endorsement of council required prior to distribution? So is this, we're asking the future candidates for state and federal, we're letting them know what we want, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the examples that I have attached in the report are, there's two from Central Highlands along with one from Cairns, and basically it's setting out the aspirations of the community in terms of either the needs that they have around design or projects. And so when we get into debate, I'll argue about the principles of collective advocacy as opposed to individual, and so that references us creating the election brief as opposed to the candidates.
Any other questions for Councillor Hutton?
Perhaps a question through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hutton or perhaps to the acting CEO, just in terms of is there budgetary considerations in terms of resources? What sort of investment are we looking at to do something justice that we're going to put out there? It would need to be obviously of a fairly high standard. So is that being considered, and what can be provided there?
So in the first instance, Councillor Bello, I suppose I would say it's nothing more than what we're currently doing with a range of our projects. So as you'll have experienced with the Stanage Bay Road project, where we developed a portfolio of documentation that talked about the design, the costings and all that sort of thing, it's the Red Reef to Ridge document that we've engaged with CQ Rock on, where we've provided a couple of projects and outlined some costing. It's simply, and I say simply, knowing that there's work in it for the engagement team and for our communications team about creating that collateral, bringing it together. And I imagine once you've got the sequence or once you've got the set out, it's quite simple to transfer that from a state government to a federal government plan. So there will be some investment of officer time required to make it a reality, but we've already got the list of priority projects that we've provided to RDA Central Queensland in recent weeks. We've also got the capacity to draw on information that we've got from our own design documentation, our own costing. So I don't believe it's a huge impost to the organisation, but it is a prioritisation, and I suppose I'd refer to the CEO.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Bellows, the presentation work, the graphic design work, etc., could be done in-house within our existing capabilities. There has occasionally been the want of the organisation to go external, but I wouldn't have thought that for this that is required. So from a resourcing point of view, we deal with it completely internally. So it would just be business as usual for us.
Sorry, but just the last bit there.
It would be business as usual for us.
Okay.
Councillor Lynch.
Oh, sorry.
Councillors, we'll go into the debate process. So Councillor Hutton will no doubt move this. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. All right, so Councillor Hutton, we'd like to speak to your motion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, in seeking to provide an advocacy for Livingstone policy, it was about creating a platform that brought together the collective voices of our Shire for the best outcomes for our community. As you can see from the examples that I've provided there, that Central Highlands, as an example, has a suite of projects, both in, build, construction phase, design phase, where they actually produce the plan, talk about the project, talk about the priority, they feed it back into, as an example, what would be our equivalent community plan, how it comes together, what the support is from the community, and who are the officers or the councillors that are engaged in that space, so that when we're going to candidates at a state election or a federal election, we're speaking with one voice with the list of priorities for our community. So instead of individually maybe being asked for opinions as to what are the needs and wants of the community, creating confusion with the individual candidates, or one candidate may ask 4 of us and get 4 different opinions, which means that they're probably no better off. By combining and going through that process of combining our collective ideas as to what the next projects are for Livingstone, what the next things that would make a difference for our community are, we're actually providing a stronger voice, so that the LNP is getting the same words that the ALP, which means that the same person who's running as an independent or a Green, they're all hearing. And hopefully the next stage to this, in my mind, if we were to go down this path of having this document, is I'd really like to see us eventually, when we're creating these election briefs, because state elections are set on a 4-year cycle with a set date. Federal government's a bit harder, but we could actually go to the community 12 months out and say, hey, in 12 months' time there's going to be a state election. Let's have a chat about what's the council priorities in terms of how council can partner in our capital program for projects, but what's also community priorities that might have nothing to do with council, so that we can create a community-led policy document that we can provide to all of the candidates, so that they go, these are the priorities of our community, and make sure that we're getting those runs on the board. individually we all have an influence and a power to persuade, but isn't it stronger if they're getting the same word from 7 of us saying, yeah, no, it is a really high priority that we get a new medical ward at the Yeppoon Hospital if that's the priority? Or isn't it great if they hear it from the 7 of us, but then they also hear it from every member of the community, because we can say, well, actually, we had a community forum and that was the highest rated thing out of our online and in attendance audience, saying that the one thing that this community really is looking for from this next government, whoever it is to deal with that issue in our community. And so this is a living document and something that I'm really keen for us to get started on, but it is only just a start. And I'm sure that we will probably have quite an immature version to start with, although we do have the benefit of seeing what other councils have done in this space. But by constantly feeding and updating it, what we're going to create is something that is a reflection of our community. It will feed into the Livingstone 2050 community plan. It will feed into our 10-year corporate plan, as well as our capital program, because obviously council's not going to be going out suggesting projects in these things that we actually haven't got the funds for our contributions if it's going to be a partnership, as well as where there are regional collaborations or priorities where you can actually show that our commitment to the region and to the greater central Queensland through various projects and their advancement. So I'm excited by this because it means that we'd be speaking with one voice, but at the same time still having that diversity of opinion, so it's reflection of the entirety of the Shire and not just things that council wants to do. And I think that's the priority. It can't just be what council wants to do. It also has to be about things within the community that might be outside of our space, but our role both as an advocate and actor is fed into the priorities that we present to the state government, so we're getting the best outcome for our community.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, I have my views on this, and some of them are a little confused, and I'm just wondering whether we would benefit from a further discussion around this by perhaps deferring this to a briefing session where we could perhaps get input from our governance team around the advocacy component. So I'm going to actually put forward a procedural motion that this be tabled pending discussion at a briefing session, then come back to council. So I'm just wondering if I'll get any support for that one, councillors. So that would be my procedural motion. Amanda? Yeah, I'll just wait for the team to catch up. And it's no disrespect intended to Councillor Hutton's motion. I just would be more comfortable with more information around it and more discussion. If we can bring it back perhaps to the, what's the best timing, Mr. Bacon?
Mr Mayor, we can certainly put it on the agenda for the briefing session, which will allow discussion to occur, and then to the meeting after that, so that we're not unnecessarily delaying the process.
So it could be August meeting?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yep, thank you. So councillors, everyone understands the procedural motion? All right, so putting it to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's carried. Item 14. Now, are we councillors? 13.7, beg your pardon, righto. So notice a motion from Councillor Friend, beg your pardon, Councillor Friend. Place name change support letter for Darumbal. And the recommendation here surrounds the renaming of a creek, or support from council for the renaming of a creek at Bouldercombe, currently called Black Gin Creek, and the Darumbal people have asked for council's support in renaming that creek to Dundala Creek, which is a Darumbal name for Gumtree Creek. So is any, before we go to Councillor Friend on this one, any questions of Councillor Friend? Sorry, before we go to debate, I beg your pardon. Any questions of Councillor Friend? Okay, so Councillor Friend, I assume you're going to move this one. Could I?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll move it.
Thank you. Seconder, please, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, I will. I'll sit if that's okay. I received this letter from a Darumbal elder, and I'll read the letter to you. As a Darumbal elder, I would like to ask the Livingstone Shire Council for support in our quest, myself, Auntie Sally Veve and Auntie Nikki and the Darumbal people, to change the name of Black Gin Creek at Alton Downs, Rockhampton. In 2018, we applied to the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Environment under the place name change. We would like to name the creek Dundala Creek, which is Darumbal for Gumtree Creek. Darumbal find the present name to be dehumanising, discriminatory, derogatory and racist, among other things, and speak of a dark history. It is hurtful to us women, and this name continues to memorialise the past history, which is not acceptable in the 21st century, as we seek to promote equality and reconciliation. DNRME are processing our request and are seeking submissions from the public and all who are interested, whether for or against our name change. So in view of the fact that Livingstone Shire Council very kindly supported us in the name change of, please excuse me, Baga and Gaigi, which was accepted by the state government and signed off by the minister, I thought it would be helpful for us to ask for LSC for a letter supporting us in the name change of this creek. I realise that this creek is in Rockhampton Regional Council, but Darumbal native title encompasses both local governments. Please give us your every consideration. Kind regards, Auntie Sally, Darumbal Elder. So in fact of this letter and the fact that it's not within our Livingstone Shire Council, all they're asking for is a letter of support. It could be a support from an individual, it could be a support from a business or an organisation, and they're asking for a letter of support from Livingstone Shire Council. And I do hope that we all, as the table, consider this and to move forward in reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Anyone else for the recommendation? Councillor Eastwood.
Only to say, Mr Mayor, that this is a positive move forward for us as a council as we support the Darumbal people, but particularly the Darumbal people and Aboriginal people as a whole across our nation, that they get the support from their local governments. I think it's a really, really important thing. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Would anyone else like to speak to the recommendation?
Yeah, I would too, Mr Chairman. Had to be quick. And I want to say from the outset that, and this is not meant to be divisive in any way, shape or form, but I'm not into the cancel culture that seems to be permeating through our westernised civilisation, where we want to eradicate our history at all. But I think this is a sensible approach where it's been identified that there is an offensive name. That who would I be to stand in the way of that? You know, who would I be to say, well, no, that's okay, you need to put up with that? Absolutely not. But so I think it's absolutely imperative that we get behind this and demonstrate where that compassion, that empathy, that understanding is forthcoming, and then we can walk together, you know, in a way that's somewhat harmonious, and that's ultimately what we strive for. So I really commend Councillor Friend for her attempts to bring this forward, and I hope that you get full support of this table as you do get my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather, were you going to make a comment?
Thank you. I think the letter from Auntie Sally was very well put, and I think Councillor Friend did it justice as well. And I think it's something that we need to do. Auntie Sally does it. She's not an extremist at all by any means. She's a level-headed person, and quite frankly, I think I find it offensive too.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. And can I echo all of those sentiments? As a council, we're endeavouring to move forward in cooperation, collaboration and partnership with the Darumbal people and indeed the Wapara people within our shire. And I think it behooves us in the spirit of reconciliation to basically adopt this recommendation and put it forward. So I also commend it to the table. So on that, Councillor Friend, would you like to sum up?
I think Auntie Sally's letter really much said it all, and how I feel also as a woman. I'm looking forward to us submitting our support in order to have this name change. After all, Dundallah is a beautiful name, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Well, councillors, we have a mover and a seconder, so we'll just put this to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Amanda? So, moving on to item 14, urgent business or questions. Is there any urgent business, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did give notice to yourself and members and the CEO that I wanted to raise the issue of the Inlet Association, just to advise that they're in the process of having meetings at the moment, and they need to resolve two issues, and I believe that we need to be instrumental in resolving one of those at this time anyhow, and that is the ULIA agreement, that we need to have it clarified to ensure that we're on the same page as the Department of Natural Resources. I'd like to see if we could get the Jill Williams, the lady who was representing department, to our council, or we send a deputation to her to put these things to her, the inconsistencies from what we received by information at the table and the extract of the agreement for which we're entitled, or at least we were provided. That's all we'd received. It was just an extract. And nothing there says that the sheds must come down. And that's where the inconsistencies lie. So I'd like to take one or both of yourself and Councillor Bello to Natural Resources, or have Jill come here, whichever you feel is more appropriate, to discuss these matters, because we can't move forward unless they're done.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. And I've had conversations with the acting CEO around the ILUA, the Indigenous Land Use Agreement, and Mr. Bacon has written, I believe, seeking a more detailed copy of that.
Not a detailed copy of the agreement itself, but Council has requested from the department all the statements that they have made from the various state agencies in the Inlet Association meetings around the tenure. So there have been numerous minutes and there have been numerous conversations, I suppose, recorded, for want of a better description. We've just asked for those to be put down onto a single state letterhead to make it unequivocal to those who wish to continue to dalliance with what they can and can't have there.
Councillor Mather, I think it's probably worthwhile trying to arrange another meeting with DNRM to seek some clarity around this. So perhaps if you're happy, we'll just arrange that meeting through the office of the acting CEO. Any other urgent business or questions, councillors?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, before you progress, if I may impose, into the confidential section. As you know, Michael Creedman has started with Council this week as our new Executive Director for Infrastructure. Since March 14, That position has been ably, or more than ably, filled by Scott Casey. So I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work that Scott has done for the organisation, for myself and for councillors. It has been greatly appreciated. We've gone through some very interesting times with COVID, so it was a baptism of fire into that position. But again, Scott did it unflinchingly, and he assisted greatly across the organisation. So again, thank you, Scott.
Councillors, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bacon. And we've reached the component of the meeting now where we go into closed session for discussion. Councillors, so can we have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, to move into closed session. Councillor Mather and Councillor Friend. All in favour? Thank you very much. And we thank the members of the gallery and the members of the media for their attendance today. Have a lovely afternoon. Councillors, can we actually had a request from Councillor Eastwood for a 5-minute break, so can we just go out of meeting for a minute? Move Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Thank you. Welcome back to members of the community on live stream. We're just coming out of our confidential discussions pertaining to the confidential agenda. So, any questions in relation to the report, councillors? Okay, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. Okay, so we'll go to the vote. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the motion? All right, so we'll go to the vote. Anyone wants to speak against it? All right, we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Nil. So 16.2, proposed sale of council land in Golding Street, Emu Park to an adjoining property owner. Officer's recommendation is that council resolve 1, that the exception mentioned in section 2361, subsection C, subsection 4 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 may apply in its dealings with John Alfred Ackworth and April Leanne Phillips on lot 7 of Registered Plan 604024. Secondly, pursuant to section 236 subsection 2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, to apply section 2361 subsection V subsection 4 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 in its dealings with John Alfred Ackworth and April Leanne Phillips on lot 7 of Registered Plan 604024. And 3, to sell lot 7 on Registered Plan 604024 to John Alfred Ackworth and April Leanne Phillips for the sum of $40,000 plus goods and services tax, if applicable, on the terms contained in the report. Any questions around this recommendation, councillors?
Mr Mayor, do we need to mention about the amalgamation of lots?
No, that will happen, councillor,
Okay.
through the contract arrangements.
Okay.
Yep. So may I have a mover for this one, please, councillor? Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to it?
Only that it's a common sensical thing that's going to put a few dollars in the council's coffers.
Anyone wish to speak against it? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. There we go. Okay, item 16.3 is the recycled water fees and charges. Now, the process for this, Mr. Acting CEO, is that we go to the first resolution recommendation. No, we go just to the proposed one. All right, so we have an alternate recommendation here that council resolves to delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer and the Mayor to negotiate ongoing recycled water fees and charges with Iwasaki Sangyo, with agreement to be presented to council for resolution. Saki Sangyo Company, SANGYO. Yeah, and after Sangyo, Amanda, in brackets, oh sorry, no, not in brackets, just CO, capital C, lowercase o, and then space, brackets, Australia, close brackets, Proprietary Limited. Okay, so Councillor Hutton. right, so I'll move that one. Councillors, seconded Councillor Friend. So just reading that recommendation again, councillors, that council resolves to delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer and the Mayor to negotiate ongoing recycled water fees and charges with Iwasaki Sangyo Company Australia Proprietary Limited, with agreement to be presented to council for resolution. So I'll move that. Seconded Councillor Friend.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a further question, and it's just to the CEO through you. Recognising that we're not taking the officer's recommendation but an alternate, do we need to provide, well, the notwithstanding, but then a reason why we're not adopting the officer's?
The reason you do that if it's in conflict or in conflict with the recommendation. So hypothetically, and I'll use the obvious one, which is a town planning matter, if the recommendation is for approval and council refuses it, that's clearly a contrary recommendation. When I look at the recommendation that is up there and then the one which was proposed, I don't necessarily think it's completely contrary. It's probably an extension to it. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Acting CEO, are you happy with the recommendation? All right, thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder, councillors. Any discussion or question before we go to the vote? No? All right, so those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. Water charge review, councillors, that council waive $474.20 on assessment number 228633 for outstanding water charges. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello. No, we don't. We don't. No, it's fine. Yeah. So, all in favour, councillors? Thank you. Okay, so 16.5, the inquiry. Sorry?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to declare a conflict of interest that my son works for All Industries, so I shall leave the room.
All right, thank you. So noted. Okay, councillors, the recommendation is that council provide a letter of support in accordance with the below report to enable an application to the Queensland Government's Jobs and Regional Growth Funding Program to be progressed. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Okay, all in favour, councillors? Thank you. And I believe, Mr Acting Senior, that concludes our business. Thank you, councillors, for your attendance today. Thank you for the staff and the officers. And thank you to our wonderful community who are viewing in on live stream, and have a lovely afternoon.